All right. Well, I'm glad I turned you up.
Did that see you come with any China stuff today?
What was that?
Donald
Some about
Trump going
China stuff?
once, going twice.
Hey, the
What's
Most
Trump
High,
talking about?
you got a feedback going on.
Who's that?
I was asking you if you have a feedback. I was asking if SC come with anything from China.
China going once, going twice.
What you got on China, bro?
They're eating our.
I'm just asking if he brought anything today.
So
Nothing today on China, no.
So you think China's beating out Tesla on the cars? What about on the humanoid robots? Who do you think's gonna pull into the lead on that forefront, SC?
Well, they already have pulled in. Haven't you seen the stuff that they have? Haven't you seen the demonstrations they did recently with the dancing and flipping and choreographing?
Talking about
Yeah.
that, they had one of those robots working in China, and it stopped working and started dancing and breaking plates.
A rogue robot?
So they had a rope. They had one of the robots that working, and then it stopped working and started just breaking plates.
Maybe it was underpaid. You guys haven't seen the police robots they have?
The dog ones?
No, actual humanoid police robots walking the beat with regular cops.
I thought that's what the police already were.
Yeah. Or how about that ball robot? You guys seen that ball robot that throws a net on people?
Nah, I haven't seen that.
That one's crazy, bro. It's this huge ball. Google it, YouTube it.
Alex Jones just posted that somebody used explosives in Jerusalem.
What do you mean? They're getting pummeled, bro. Israel is getting pummeled. They're literally living in the bunkers. I heard they're not even leaving anymore. They're staying in the bunkers. Iran is up to wave 69 of missiles.
What's your take on people saying Netanyahu's missing, SC?
That's very interesting because he's made already five AI videos. He's either chicken to come out because they're hunting him. They're actively hunting him, by the way. The Iranians are. It's either that or he's actually dead or hurt. Because usually
Yeah.
usually he's up in the front bragging, and when they're having their war meetings, he's always first one to talk.
So I was telling people, because like even if he was alive, it's it's not like he's gonna be actively in the public while people are trying to take him out. Like,
It is kind of fishy though, why they're bringing up these AI videos. I don't know. If he's gone, I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna cry for him.
yeah, that's just weird. And why they wouldn't spend a little, pay attention to detail a little bit more, you know, like the double ear canal in his ear.
Yeah, missing teeth, 6 fingers, shirts popping out of nowhere. I mean, it's quite obvious. Coffee that never, he drinks the coffee and it stays the same level. Obvious stuff.
Because if your plan is to fool them that he's fine, that he's out, it's like, well, why are you posting these shitty videos?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could easily make a video underground on a bunker. Last I heard, he was in Germany. He hightailed it to Germany. People like that are gutless, right? They're the first to run. Last time he ran to Cyprus in the 12-day war. So I don't know.
I heard he died in Germany, and he got flown there because of his injuries, and it was the only place that would take him. He got denied by like multiple other places. They said they tracked his plane, the Wings of Zion, and right after that airstrike hit his bunker, that plane took off and went and did a circular pattern for 4 hours off the coast of Israel. Like it was just trying to figure out what the fuck to do. And the reports were that he was like unconscious in critical condition. And then, yeah, they were circling around trying to find people that would take him. Nobody would take him. Finally, Germany said they would. They flew him to Germany. He got whatever, like introduced to the hospital, but then ended up dying there from his injuries. That's a report that I heard.
Interesting. I haven't heard that one. That makes sense. Yeah. Warmongers are usually the biggest cowards. What's really worrisome is they took out the Ayatollah, right? Now, he was the most less warmongering of all the Iranians. He actually did a fatwa against nuclear bombs, right? So who did they kill? They killed the man that would like hold the dogs back, right? Now his son took over, and what did they do? They killed his wife, they killed his son, they killed his nephew, his granddaughter. It's like some pretty heavy duty strategy you got there now. So the guy in charge now has every reason to go bonkers. Like half of his family's gone. Like I don't think they've thought this through at all.
One thing I could say is that they've thought it through.
Or they did exactly. Yeah.
These people don't do things like, as far as I can tell, they they often say silly things. I've heard in press or this QOP situation. Donald Trump's playing 4D chess. No. Donald Trump's just doing whatever he's told. But the people who put him there, the people who do these things, yeah, they killed 20 birds with one stone. They have thought it through, I can assure you.
Well, you could be right, because the people you're talking about, they want to see Iran taken down. So by doing that and by them retaliating, they want to bring a certain country, America, into it. So yeah, that is just as good as what I said. Yeah, could be either one of those.
Well, I know Winston Churchill in World War II had a very deep bunker in his home in London. Anyway, he had a very deep bunker, and it wouldn't be surprising if I'd expect Netanyahu to have the similar situation.
So why do you reckon he hasn't made a proper video?
Well, I don't really follow anything like that anyway, except like Adam Green, who shows clips and stuff like that. But I know there's a deceptive element that are saying all nonsense about he's got extra fingers and he's. I just see them as, you know, keep your enemy even closer sort of thing. I just watch them and think, okay, let's see what the deceivers are saying. It wouldn't surprise me if they're all the same people, to be honest.
No, but those videos are like, you can tell they're doctored. You can tell, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Teeth are disappearing, appearing. Shirts are coming out of sleeves. Coffee is not emptying. I mean, it's not like a conspiracy theory. You could see it for yourself.
Well, think of it like this: the you know when they did the 24-hour sun videos in Antarctica, and we could all see they were manipulated in some way. They'd have the same cloud patterns and sun ray patterns and all that kind of business. We all saw it. We all thought that's clearly been stitched together in some way. But then it weren't too long after that it occurred to me, well, yeah, then maybe it's the sort of flat earthers that are doing that, right? It doesn't have to be this globe deception, right? It's just people manipulating people, fucking with people, basically. It doesn't have to be the big globe conspiracy that's doing that. It could be just people who are hell-bent on convincing some people who are easily led of a different narrative.
You're saying, Andy, that they're not looking at the original stock footage, right? Unadulterated footage. The footage that you're getting that's being shared in the media is footage that people have edited after the fact, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That happens a lot, yeah. I've seen some videos where like, oh, Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. And then like they were sharing images that were like, they looked original but weren't even original.
So you think he's alive, Lion?
I have no idea. It's premature right now. How could I tell? We'd have to kind of wait a couple weeks. I'll be convinced if, a year goes by and we haven't seen any like legitimate footage. But right now, I can't tell. It's probably 4D chess, dude. Maybe he wants people to think he's dead. Maybe he wants the Iranians to think that they're successful. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, the Iranians are successful. Nobody has to think anything about it. They definitely are successful.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, see, can I ask you this one question? I know there's like the polarity between like the idea of like, well, just one quick question is okay, so if there's a spectrum between like that there's one corporation basically, as it were, one world order kind of thing that's running the world at this point, especially after World War II, and they run all the major countries, they run all the media, and it's basically just theater. Like 98% of all this is like lies and theater. Now I know there are bombs and people dying. I'm not saying there's not that, because the militaries are trained to do things and push buttons and they're going to kill people. But the actual, like kind of political theater of it, would all be basically BS. Versus the other side that it is actually warring people and it's real and they really are fighting and they're vying for power and they're, their medias are representing things somewhat honestly, I guess, like where there really is a fight and there really is these characters. And then, and then would you agree with me? Sorry, it's kind of a long question, but okay. So if it's the like one world order thing, then would you agree that being involved in the political theater would be what they would want? Like they would want us to get wrapped up in their BS and therefore that would be their goal. Whereas on the other side of it, if it's not a one world order and they're all different, I've heard you say that they would want people to think it's a one world order so that people write off what's really going on, even though they really are fighting. So what do you think of all that? And I guess the kind of question is like, if it is a one world order, would you agree that being involved in the political theater would be playing into what they want or their kind of trick?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely to both ways. If it's one world order, it's all about convincing the public, right? Public opinion. So in both cases, it would be that. Yeah, I would agree. If it's one world order, they want to manipulate the public, and if it's multiple gangs, like I think, each one of them wants to manipulate the public in their own way. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah, you just agree that whichever one it is kind of a thing. It's yeah, there's like the two sides of that coin.
Yeah, like manipulating the people is part of both of those camps. They would both definitely want to manipulate the people because the people is what gives them power, their money, the workforce and all that. Yeah.
Right. It's just one of them. Like, for example, let's say there's probably people out there that are debating about, oh, on the ISS, they're doing some experiment. Like people that think the ISS is legit, and they might be debating, like, oh no, I think he did this or I think he did that, on the ISS. Like they're not talking about it being fake, but they're actually arguing about the specifics. Or, oh, why aren't they going back to the moon? Oh, it must be because they don't have funding. Like they're, and we would look at that, many of us, and be like, oh wow, like the whole thing's a deception. You're just being tricked, in this like Lord of the Rings style mythology that you're trying to, they're trying to get your attention to be focused on astronauts and, oh, when they make it to the moon or, this and that, like when you're taking it all as real, on that side. So I guess in relation to the kind of war situation. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like you agree. Like on the one side, if it's all total theater and BS, and they would want people manipulated and distracted, kind of like arguing about the ISS people or something, or arguing about what they did on the moon, kind of thing, which is taking it for granted that they even went to the moon, and then debating on it. So that would be like wrapped in their deception, basically, and fighting about the particulars. So if it's all political theater and it's all run by one kind of centralized group, then you would agree, if that's the outcome, that all of this is kind of BS, and that getting wrapped into it would be, in a way, I guess, playing into their hand or what they want. But then on the other side, you're saying if it is real and it's different gangs fighting against each other, that they would still want to manipulate us, like there is a real fight going on, but then they would want to be manipulating us of what the real fight is. And I assume that's more kind of on the side that you are kind of more on, which is thinking that like, oh, I got to figure out what the real thing is amongst all this, because where there's some lies and there's some truth, and you're trying to figure out what the real conflicts are.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And to steel man your position, right? Why, if there's many gangs, like I believe, right? Why would they cooperate in quote unquote space and quote unquote Antarctica, right? Now that's a very good point. And the only answer I would have to that is like, in order to manipulate us, back to that, they would have to cooperate on these things, right? Because then they would lose the public, then they would lose their power, if that makes any sense.
Well, here's my take on that, is that these quote unquote secret societies, right? Some of the players play within multiple circles. So, you could have multiple gangs while some of them cooperate on one issue, they don't cooperate on another issue.
Exactly. Like they cooperate where it's mutually benefit, when it mutually benefits them, as pertaining to keeping their power. Because if the truth comes out, like there's no ISS and the Earth is not a globe, then they both stand to lose, type deal.
Wouldn't
Well-
whatever organization revealed the truth have massive potential gains from like legitimizing themselves?
Well, no, think about it. They would have to change all this. They would have to admit they were lying in the schools. They'd have to change all the books. They'd have to change the classes, the militaries, all that funding they've wasted. Like it would, you know what I'm saying? It would I think the public would revolt on them.
Well, in terms of this, like, I mean, if this is the direction we're going to go with it, this is like a whole opening a can of worms in terms of all this part of it, of like how they're coordinating on space and to go to that level and the globe thing, but also warring in other ways. I just don't see how that could be possible. But I mean, we could go all into it. But I mean, the level of like coordination that they have with like even just the GPS systems, like the military and GPS, in order for that to be accurate, the media, like undersea cables connecting the internets between continents, all of like just the airspace components, the the outer space thing, like they'd have to all like their space agencies would have to like be on the phone with each other, like, okay, we're gonna plan our moon landing at this time, and then India's gonna be next month, and then lived a nightmarish life, which some people have lived.
And to steelman your position, right? Why, if there's many gangs, like I believe, right? Why would they cooperate in quote unquote space and quote unquote Antarctica, right? Now that's a very good point. And the only answer I would have to that is like, in order to manipulate us, back to that, they would have to cooperate on these things, right? Because then they would lose the public, then they would lose their power, if that makes any sense.
Well, here's my take on that is that these quote unquote secret societies, right? Some of the players play within multiple circles. So, you could have multiple gangs while some of them cooperate on one issue, they don't cooperate on another issue.
Exactly. Like they cooperate where it's mutually benefit when it mutually benefits them as pertaining to keeping their power. Because if the truth comes out, like there's no ISS and the Earth is not a globe, then they both stand to lose, type deal.
Wouldn't
Well,
whatever organization revealed the truth have massive potential gains from like legitimizing themselves?
Well, no, think about it. They would have to change all this. They would have to admit they were lying in the schools. They'd have to change all the books. They'd have to change the classes, the militaries, all that funding they've wasted. Like it would, you know what I'm saying? It would I think the public would revolt on them.
well, in terms of this, like, I mean, if this is the direction we're gonna go with it, this is like a whole opening a can of worms in terms of all this part of it, of like how they're coordinating on space and to go to that level and the globe thing, but also warring in other ways. I just don't see how that could be possible. But I mean, we could go all into it. But I mean, the level of like coordination that they have with like even just the GPS systems, like the military and GPS, in order for that to be accurate, the media, like undersea cables connecting the internets between continents, all of like just the airspace components, the outer space thing, like they'd have to all like their space agencies would have to like be on the phone with each other, like, okay, we're going to plan our moon landing at this time, and then India's going to be next month, and then the Artemis we're going to delay for 2 months, then we're not going to do it, we're going to delay it for another year, and we'll just push it to Artemis 3 because we're going to have the war thing say that we have to lock down space. What I'm just kind of riffing, I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just kind of freestyle, just hypothetical. So, in terms of all that, so they'd have to all be orchestrated in that way. They'd also have to be orchestrated in like how they portray the globe, like all of the fake images that are out there. So, yeah, there's just a lot of factors with the globe, the GPS type system, just the interconnected nature of all that. For them, just right on the other side to be like actually, going into Venezuela and actually stealing presidents, or going into these, and actually having like real conflicts. Meanwhile, like to be able to sync up in these ways of like orchestrating this massive deception of the globe, which would really take an incredible level of orchestration to do. Like, whereas if you have, I mean, think about people in here that are against each other. Like, you think you could get them to agree on a massive deception of a globe Earth for the whole world? You can't even get them to agree to not interrupt each other for 10 minutes.
Exactly my point. Why I find it hard for the one world order thing, right? But that kind of then contradicts what we're talking about of them agreeing about the space thing. So it's like a complex, it's a complex thing, really.
But Gio, this room is a good example, right? Where there's people in here who you guys might agree on a bunch of things, but some of you guys form different circles where you don't agree on everything, or every single detail about everything. So you're all in the same general group, but you have your own factions within that.
Like the
All right.
ether, for
Well,
example, right? Yeah.
no, but that's like viewpoint though, or like opinion. We're talking about, like, let's just make a hypothetical. Let's say that SE and I were in a major fight, let's say, just complete hypothetically, where we're just there's lies and slander and doxing and just everything you could imagine, the worst stuff, right? Even to the point where, you know, we're trying to hunt each other down, or just some wild hypothetical, like I have a gang or he has a gang, or we're trying to find each other and fight each other, something like that. For you know, and we're like basically enemies in a sense. For SE and I to also like call each other up and be like, hey, yeah, so I know we're fighting about all this other stuff, but yeah, so when are you doing your moon landing, your fake moon landing? All right, I'm gonna schedule mine for next month. You know what I'm saying? Like that's more of like a corporation. Like even when corporations fight against each other, they can't even get like any cohesion. You know, they're like they got copyrights and patents and they're, you know, that kind of stuff. Like I just don't see any way in which to be that opposed, you know, could also be that synced up to do something like this globe deception, which is massive. And kind of like Cooper said, like, wouldn't it be a benefit for one of these countries to have said, hey, they didn't go to the moon. We're the real ones. They're the fake ones. Because that would get, you would be able to take them over. Like if Russia pointed out that the United States faked the moon landing, they might have been able to take over the world because they would have gotten everyone against the United States by Russia pointing out that they faked it, kind of thing, you know? So like I would even say that it'd be a bigger vie for power, especially with like the globe earth thing. Like, because if one country right now, if they were all really against each other, if one of them exposed the globe lie, they basically would actually get control over the world because everyone else would distrust all of the other countries that were lying. But the fact that they're all synced up, I think, is a dead giveaway that they are all working together ultimately.
Specifically on the
We have
space
a,
topic. Oh, go ahead.
it's funny, we have like a real world example of this like cooperation of enemies going on right now though in the war with Iran. Is right now, I forget it, some fucking dipshit in the US officials is saying that he's trying to push to have there's a bunch of oil tankers basically locked up that are owned by Iran in the Persian Gulf and the Strait, and he's trying to convince our military to allow them to go through. So he's basically trying to lift sanctions on Iranian oil while we're at war. I think that's pretty analogous to the example where you two are in the feud and all of a sudden you're calling up each other trying to make business deals on the back half.
Yeah, like the example I give is the Bloods and the Crips, right? Everyone knows they're mortal enemies. But when there was an opportunity, when the LA riots, right? They made a peace pact so they can both loot the stores, right? But I must say though, Gio has. If I was the judge, right, like I'd be on Gio's side, right, as the one world order, because he definitely makes a better argument than I do about the space and about the Antarctica. But I'm basing it on like on empire and world history.
But is that
when
all
it comes to the
BS too?
space stuff,
Is that BS too, though?
that's the easiest subject for them to fake, in my opinion, though, to agree on, because
Agreed.
it's very limited who's going up there, right? So you said, oh, if Russia would point out their lie, well, put it this way: if none of them went up there, right? How would Russia prove a negative? That doesn't make sense.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would be the easiest to fake for sure. But Gio has a good point. Like, why would they cooperate on that if they're like real enemies, right? It just doesn't make sense unless you think of it the way I do. Like you said, the gangs will fight where they must, and they'll cooperate where they have to keep the wool over their own populace. That's the best I can explain it.
Yeah, I feel like the why is less important than the can they.
What do you think? What side are you on? One world order or the many gang theory?
Many gangs for sure. I think I think some of the points Geo makes are good, but I think they're in opposition of his mentality, right? You're saying, oh, these people can't even agree. You know, we can't even have a simple room agree on things. How is a one world order going to keep peace amongst whoever's running it? That they all just agree on the same thing all the time to run a perfect political theater? That doesn't make sense to me. To me, what's happening is they agree on some things, and on the back end they have their own things going against each other, you know, whether they're aware of it or not. They work with and against each other.
Yeah, that's basically how I see it. But Gio does have
No,
a good point. I mean, I'm not saying no, right? But I'm just going by empire, by world history, but how it's always been. You know, that's the way I see it.
It's like a push me, pull you.
Look, if that was the case, right, that would mean China would have had to allow Britain to make their country junkies, for example, loot their country for 100 years, right? Like the 100-year shame. I just don't see a proud nation like China doing stuff like that, you know? And if that would be true, then Europe is letting in all these immigrants, killing their own country. The States doing the same thing, like your infrastructure is going down, but yet you're supporting this one country to the detriment of your people. I mean, I can't. Yeah, to me that doesn't make sense.
Well, that would just be part of the theater, though, because they're going to do a Hegelian dialectic, right? Like a problem, reaction, solution, and going to have to make it look like it's real, and make it look like they're fighting, or it's sort of like, you know, the idea of like Germany losing World War II. Well, did they really lose? No, they brought all the Nazis over and just continued their scam in America and continued it in Germany. But they're going to tell people like, oh, they lost, you know, Hitler lost. I don't think that's the case. Like, does it really seem like the people in power around Hitler are not in power now? I mean, it's to me, it's clear it's the same gas chamber psychopaths that are doing whatever they're doing now, whatever the truth of those gas chambers might have been, the same eugenicist, transhumanistic entities, you know, that are in power now. So I'm just saying it would make sense to me that they would have it look like that, like what you're saying, and have it look like they're shooting themselves in the foot. But I mean, if they're running it all kind of centrally, then nobody's really losing. They're not really losing. They're just reallocating their resources to other areas and then playing out the game to make it look like things are actually changing, you know, and convince people that some country won and some country lost, kind of thing.
I hear that. So that would mean like they have no allegiance, right? They're not Americans. They're not British. They're some sort of other thing.
Yeah, some people get into the Satanist thing. They might worship some kind of demonic entity like Baal or something, or they have their Freemasonry, Jesuit. Yeah, they're probably in some kind of cult. It seems like to me, some kind of demonic cult thing, probably run by a demonic entity in the spirit world. And that's kind of my general thoughts of how it's working. But yeah, they wouldn't really be in any allegiance to any of these countries. They're just different kind of parts of the game that they're running. And I was going to ask too, because you were saying the empires, but see, I question history. Like, was it really all these warring factions and empires? Like, was that just put onto us as well to the populace? You know, these ideas of these empires and the rulerships. I'm not saying none of that's happened, but I just wonder, is even that some part of the psyop too? And then leading up to today to convincing us that, oh, this empire fell in the past, and then these people vying for power, and this one won. And then it makes us think more like, well, then it's really happening now too. Like, what's going to happen with Iran? What's going to happen with, you know, whatever back in the 90s, it was Kuwait and, you know, the Gulf War. I mean, every year it's just some different, you know, it was Vietnam back in the 60s, just some different kind of claim of what's going on, you know, in that way of like the warring parts and then the empires and which one's winning and which one you should support. And then the whole political thing that kind of interfaces with that.
Yeah, I
It's
hear
like
you.
mob
I hear
and
you.
mafia.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I stepped away for a second, but it sounded like you were on the same point. It's like the mob and the mafia. You know, they're both crime factions, and they'll kill each other, but they'll never rat on each other.
Exactly. And we know how many mobs there are, right? We have bikers, we have Hell's Angels, outlaws, forget the other ones. We have Bloods, we have Crips. There's no way they're all cooperating with each other, right? I mean, can you make that argument?
Well, I mean, there could be some cooperation, like drug trade, like maybe in some ways, but I mean, it's just like you think a bunch of people that are actually enemies and they're fighting and are going to sleep every night, like, oh my God, this country is doing this and we have to do this, get this bill passed, and we have to like are all agreeing to pull off one of the biggest deceptions across the entire Earth, that the Earth's a sphere, that we're on a globe, and the outer space thing. Like, just that alone, like mortal enemies would be able to agree on a highly coordinated. You know how much coordination they have to do for this globe? Like the GPS system, the media. They have to also censor flat Earth discussions to some extent to keep that suppressed. So all the media companies have to be agreeing on how much flat Earth content they let get out there. I would say the Antarctica thing, the 24-hour sun, that was part of some psyop, I think, in terms of that they like hid it from us, basically, like especially after World War II. Nobody, like, there was no footage of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, all the way up until 2015 or 14. I think 2014 was the first video that even came out. So, I mean, for them to coordinate all of that, like making sure that none of those countries are leaking that. Meanwhile, there's like places in Antarctica, you know, there's bases and things that there's certain shared, you know, between the United Nations, basically, and the whatever, the Blue Helmet, Peace Corps, whatever they call it. Those guys have to all be coordinating that. So anyways, I'm just saying there's so many facets of the globe model. Even when these guys come in and debate with us about the seismic data, you know, the underwater sea cable distances and whether they're going over a curve or not. Obviously the maps. I mean, the map majorly, like you'd have to all be agreeing on that too. And that gets into territories. So all these countries that are warring would also have to agree that there's no curvature in how they're splitting up their territories, you know, and their maps and distances. And then you have the whole what's up there, the satellite thing, all the communication. They all have to be agreeing on that. And then they all have to be agreeing on the media efforts.
Is it not possible that, okay, so if we like consider the amount of people who would in this situation have access to the air quote truth, like direct access to, like, I have seen like fucking raw footage of the Earth from as high up as we go, or whatever, however you would verify the shape of the Earth. It would be fair to say that you could probably count the amount of people on Earth that would have access to that, and like 100 people, maybe. Is it not just possible that we're all just in the same situation? We're all just being fooled, and it's even more limited than you guys would, or that is traditionally suggested. It could be that everything that a NASA employee sees, like while they're running these space missions, is like a digital screen, right?
Well, yeah, you would have to fool only a handful of people for that, for sure.
So,
Yeah,
well,
you have-
wouldn't it stand to reason then that world leaders just wouldn't be tipped in on that?
Yeah, and on top of that, the ones that are, there's all I hear when Gio was riffing is dollar signs, because the whole world runs off of the market, and the market has to go up and to the right over time, otherwise everything collapses. And every single variable you add to the system, every distillation factor, you have land surveyors, everything like that is another career opportunity for people. It's another professor to spew the information, and that's more money going back into the system. That's more 401ks and more healthcare, payroll, automatic debits, and things like that just keep the system operating the way it is. So I think it's beneficial for all of them to create as many variables as possible, just for that purpose, just to boost the economy.
Yeah, it could be either or, man. I mean, there's arguments to both sides, right? The reason why I veer to the many gangs is of human nature, right? Like, you get 10 people to go into a restaurant and they're all gonna order the same thing. I find that highly, highly unbelievable. And if we're to believe history, I mean, history is on the side of many gangs and empire. Unless things have changed, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a prophet, but
Well, there's two
I
ways
don't
to view
need-
that. I mean, even if it was like empires in the past, well, because there's a whole view of like the old world order theory idea. Like people call it Tartaria, but the idea of like the old, I don't know what other best term there is for that. The old world idea where like the whole world was actually unified in one society that was in peace and they had beautiful architecture, and so there's that whole theory that there was not warring factions at all. And from that idea, maybe all the history we're told with that would be complete fabrication. And the real truth is that we were like all synergistically working together in peace and harmony and beautiful architecture and spiritual, all of that. And then we got taken over by like a psychotic mob who came in and did a whole reset and then tried to convince us that we're these warring people and empires and power and control. I mean, that's like that idea. You know, another idea is that there were warring factions in the past or empires, and then now there's one. You know, there's just one basically after World War II, meaning it got to a point where one took over. There's also that idea. Or I guess the third one, like SC's saying, is like there was warring empires in the past and there's warring empires today, you know, which is kind of more or less what we're told. Like if you go to, you know, in the school system and stuff, that's the case.
Yeah, well,
you know, the
there's
mainstream narrative that they're all really against each other and we used to be against each other in the past. So we should just understand that war is what we do and that's just a normal thing. And, you know, root for your country kind of thing.
yeah, it's not just stories, right? We have like remnants like of the Ottoman Empire, right? The Turks, where the Turks are now. You can clearly go see the church of Hagia Sophia, right? That's been there for hundreds of years, and the Turks took it over, and now it's a mosque. Before it was a museum, now it's a mosque. And there's stories that like go back generations where I come from, and like you cannot. There's people like still alive that you know their grandfathers told them stories, and they were enslaved in that system. So it's not like it's all made up. Like we can go back at least to the 1800s, and we know there's an empire for sure, the Ottoman Empire, the Turks, and they were mortal enemies of the Christians. So it's not as if it, like all this is made up. Like we have evidence of it.
And on the topic of countries doing the same things, I don't think that's like a valid way to think that they work together necessarily. That's, you know, this is like basic espionage, right? If one country learns that a tactic is effective on its people, the other countries are probably going to adopt the same method, whether they're working together or not.
Oh, for sure. Like the what do they call that system that China has? You know, the cameras. They're in Britain. They're in China. What's that system? Escapes my mind right now. Where it's like points, and if you don't do something, they'll take.
Social credit system.
Yes,
Social.
yes, the social. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Get people to believe absurdities, and it's easier to make them commit atrocities, and atrocities pump the system. Like materialism.
Yeah, well, they're definitely fooling us, right? Whether it's one world government or many gangs, they're definitely not working in our self-interest. In other words, the people self-interest. Like, I mean, look, you have veterans sleeping on sidewalks in America and Canada, and where are they putting their money? To more wars. So they're definitely not looking out for us.
Doesn't 9/11 also imply that it's a one world type of situation where they did this like this whole false flag event and everything that 9/11 was to then, which was all like highly orchestrated, and then you know claim to go to fight another country and then take all of our rights away? Like, doesn't that also that there would have to be like agreement between them to even pull that whole event off?
Actually, that goes more to the many gangs because that's a classical false flag that an empire would do to convince its people to go to war against the enemy, the Muslims, right? That
To
kind
go
of
look
goes.
for what? Yeah, so they're going to look for weapons of mass destruction. Meanwhile, they're all agreeing that the Earth is a globe. I know, sorry to go back to that, but it's like I just linked that like weapons of mass destruction of like destroying the Earth, but then they're lying about what the Earth is. Like they're so afraid that one of the others might have a weapon that would wipe them out entirely. Meanwhile, they're on the phone like agreeing how their space agencies are going to make sure their footage is consistent.
Well, that would assume that the Muslim world has any way of knowing what shape the Earth is, right? Because don't forget, they don't have the tech for that.
You're assuming it's the same people on that phone call as well.
I thought I heard a Muslim say that a lot of Muslims know that the world's flat, and they also have a theory that oil comes from outer lands, and it's beneath the seafloor, and there's a constant flow of it, and they know how to find where to tap into it, and an area, their region is where a lot of it flows to, like underground, undersea oil rivers from outer lands. And, I heard a Muslim. I don't know if they had any evidence or anything, but I did hear a Muslim say that a lot of Muslims know it's flat, and a lot of them believe that the oil comes that way.
That's the first time I hear
Not gonna
that.
lie, though.
I think
Not
there's a
gonna lie,
line in the
though.
Quran where they say though the world is laid out like a carpet, and that's referenced a lot.
The globe model, though, like as far as volcanic activity, tectonic plates, the pressure, like how lava is formed, like all of these things to do with like the rock formations and stuff, they kind of do have like a good point, and I don't know if we have any like an alternative theory for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, they know exactly what direction to pray, no matter where they are.
No, I'm just talking about globe theory and flat earth theory as far as geology is concerned.
Well, don't forget, globe is a very recent thing, right? Like if you go back in history, everybody thought the Earth was quote unquote flat, right? Or a plane, for a lack of a better term. This globe stuff, this is new. If we're to discard the ancient Greeks, a few cults believed in that, but for the most part, all the cultures have it like a plane.
Can we still have Pangea on a flat earth?
Pangea, you mean
Yeah, like
one
floating continent,
continent?
like how all the continents separated from one area.
Yeah, I don't
Sure.
see why
Have
you
a
couldn't have that.
Story though.
I don't see why you couldn't have that on a planar Earth. I mean, if the continents move, but it's kind of a big claim that the massive rocks and Earth are actually moving like that.
Well, the big one, they claim that India was joined onto the right side there and down in Africa, and now it's pushed up to where it is now, and that's how the Himalayas were formed. So that's a big chunk of land moving, right? It's like, I don't know, can that happen on a flat plane?
It kind of looks the way the Earth. Yeah, no, I hear you on that. And just kind of actually between like the AE map, Gleason single pole versus the ones that have a dual pole, or I guess the globe is also kind of a two-poled. But even on the globe, it does kind of look like everything, like maybe the continent was at the north and then broke off going south, because I'm just saying this in the way that like the South American continent seems to be like, it's like it drips down to it's like it's a piece of like dripping, almost like candle wax dripping, where as it goes from like, you have like Canada is big and wide, and then it gets thinner in the middle at Central America, and then South America, the whole continent, but then it like tapers down to a point basically, and then and then there's Antarctica, and then Africa obviously also kind of tapers down. The whole thing of Africa and South America kind of look like they might fit together. Yeah, like you said, the India side as well. Australia almost looks like it broke off from like maybe where India and Africa, like it almost looks like it broke off from there. And then you have sort of the Japan thing kind of coming off that side, etc. So even on the globe, it kind of looks like that too, like everything kind of dripping down to the south, and then a lot of the cluster is in the north as well. Now, even on a two-pole type system, though, it could be that the land is moving from one pole to another. So it's like moving from the North Pole to the South Pole, and that's why it's like dripping towards the south, which actually would make sense with like an electromagnetic field, that you would have like a synergy between the poles. But I mean, would that also imply that the land did come from the north and it's just going to the south, and then there's some kind of cyclical between the two? Or if you go off like a one pole idea, that it would all just come out from the one pole. The globe thing, I guess you'd have to say that they kind of are kind of splitting between the poles too, I guess. Or the globe, they always have it right side up, where it's the north side up. Like the globe is never sold to us as the south side up. We always think of, up north, down south. That's kind of interesting too, and it's like linked with the way those continents are laid out, in my view.
There are some like Nordic culture ideas that everything came from the center, like when you drop a pebble in a pond and it has that sort of a bullseye ripple, and it's like we all spawned from the middle area, Middle Earth, and it's like over the eons, like these cultures have spread so far out, and the oldest cultures are the ones the furthest out, and the newest cultures are still being spawned. And that's physical, like that's the actual land masses themselves getting born from the center. And even though you don't see it in a ring shape, just it looks like it's broken off Pangea style, but in reality, like the energetic ley lines and forces that like keep it all together are symmetrical underneath. And that's why we have the different cultures. Every such and such a time, there's like a new culture, a new spirit coming out. It's kind of like an Avatar style sort of a theory. Yeah.
I see you saw that thing I just tagged you in.
Yep. He's looking for a way out, bro. I think they're starting to realize the mistake they made. And yeah, and he asked for the NATO countries to help, and they all said no, every single one of them. So I think he's kind of realizing, he's seeing the writing on the wall.
I think that was on purpose, though.
I mean, like, SE, do you think COVID's another argument that there's one world order, a big one? Because how did every country agree to lock down? So I'm not trying to totally shift it to that, but I guess just like talking about them winding down the thing in Iran, or just reading what the thing he just posted. I mean, didn't they also like wind down COVID? Like, do you think COVID ended naturally, or was that orchestrated? Like, okay, COVID's over, and I'm linking that to this whatever war efforts they're going to claim are going to be over or starting, either way.
Yeah, that's pretty easy, the COVID, right? That was fear-based. So, I mean, that was pretty easy to manipulate the governments and the people, especially. We had people ratting on neighbors here. Like we had, could only have 4 people over, and neighbors were ratting, oh, they have a party, they have 10 people. So I think that one's kind of easy, like the fear factor to
But do you
explain
think
that.
there was one centralized group that decided, okay, COVID is going to be over? Or did it just naturally end? Because then you'd have to believe there was a virus that naturally got saved by the vaccine or whatever their story is.
Oh no, I think that they just seen that the people had enough and they just turned it into a cold. It's a cold now. It's just another cold. Yeah.
I think the
Well,
powers
it
that
was
be
like a
have
flu. It was
outsourced.
like another flu, basically. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I think the powers that be have outsourced like their jail keepers. You know how you have privatization for like prisons. I think this whole place is just one big privatized prison.
So with that thing that you were talking, you said earlier, let's see, I think he's trying to find a way to pull out of NATO.
Yeah, yeah. Pull out of
So
NATO and
so
pull
that
out of this mess. Yeah.
so that's what his excuse was when they said no. It was like, yeah, you see, I knew they wouldn't have come. So
So do you think he was manipulated into going into this by the Israelis? Or you think it was planned from the beginning?
I think he had planned for that.
So you're gonna tell me that
Wasn't one of his campaign attacks against Kamala that if you vote for Kamala, you're going to be at war with Iran, or like something along those lines? I don't know exactly what the phrasing was. I'm pretty sure that was a big talking point.
yeah, like for sure they war planned that the Strait of Hormuz would be blocked, right? See what I'm saying, Elbow? So, I mean, the only reason he's doing this now is because he's getting pulled back on the price of gas, right? And he's afraid of the midterms. He doesn't give a damn about the people, right? So, I mean, you think they didn't think about that? Because everybody was talking about the Strait of Hormuz, right? And the ability for Iran to blockade that narrow passage.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, we don't use it. It's mostly every other country. So
Well, we
But
use it
his
to receive
objective was
oil from the Middle East.
Yeah, like
his
20% or 30% of all the world's oil comes from them. And not to mention the fertilizer. That's another very important thing. Fertilizer.
the I don't know about the 20%. Let me. I'll have to look that up.
Hey, did any of this war stuff related to the massive drop in gold? Gold took a massive for gold. I think it's the biggest move. Well, okay, so when gold hit 5,500, it came down. It was that was the biggest move it had ever made in that period of time, like that level of down, which makes sense if something peaks up like that. It's gonna do the retrace, the correction kind of deal. But it was a big correction because it was a big run, like up to 5,500 or whatever, and then coming down hard. But then just Thursday and Friday, it came down basically from 5,000. What's it at now? Like 4,400. So I think that's like the second biggest drop ever. And it was silver and gold, but specifically gold just
Really?
dropping. Yeah. So is that connected to any of this that you're aware of, or
Yeah,
the
that
war
doesn't
stuff?
make sense at all because during war, the price of gold goes up. That's highly unregular for it to
Well, is it
drop
because
that
they were pulling
much.
out of the? Is it because they're pulling out of the war now?
That would be a sign of that. Yeah, that could only be explained if they think the war is not going to go through. Yeah.
I mean, 20
It might
days
just
ago,
be
like
that
around
it might,
March 1st, hold on, around March 1st, gold was at 5,400. And then it kind of went sideways for the last few weeks, more or less, at least on the larger scale. And then it was at 5,000 just the other day, just last week, basically. It was at 5,000 Wednesday, Thursday. And then it went from 5,000 all the way down to like 4,500. So, I mean, that's a big drop.
So that must mean that the market thinks that the war is going to end.
Well, that's what I'm asking. And then that thing Elbow posted. I mean, you're more up on the news than I am, so I kind of don't. I'm not really up on what they're putting out.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all for the gold to be going down, particularly at this point, unless they're factoring in what Trump is saying that he's looking for a way out. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's the percentage is only 10 to 11% now. Let's see. That's something we get from the Middle East.
I think the gold thing is just because gold had a crazy run. Like no one in this room right now in their whole life has ever seen gold make a move like it just did. So that's just probably what it is.
So you think it's self-corrected, nothing to do with the war?
I mean, yeah, no, it was $2,000 or something last year, right? Like a year ago.
Yeah.
It just went up like 2-3 G's or something.
Yeah, it could be said that. I mean, the thing is, it did go to 55 and then it went to 45. And then it went back up to 54 and then back down to 45. So, I mean, you could argue that's kind of pinging back and forth. Now, if it dropped below this and went to like 4 or 3,500, I guess that's another kind of level of dropping. But yeah, I mean, I guess it could be said that, but it just seemed like it all happened very quickly. And then I know like the relation that gold often has with war situations. So I just wondered if it was linked to any of the thing in the news.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well,
Not during the height
world's
of war,
been
gold going down. That doesn't make sense.
the world's been in constant war like forever. Like, tell me a time when there's never been war.
Yeah, but we're talking about a major war that could like escalate into a third world war. This is not just one little war like you know.
Is it any different, really, though? I mean, there was the whole Gulf War in the 90s, which always the fear was that it could have broken out to bigger. Like, is what's going on now really different than the 90s in terms of severity?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so because we got major players backing because it has to do with the oil and the fertilizer, and that's going to affect every single country, right? Like, look at the gas prices right now. Planting season is coming up. Fertilizer is going to be scarce. That means food is going to go up too. So this is a bit different. Mainly because of the Strait of Hormuz, right? That 21-mile passage where all the oil tankers, and if you look, there's like dozens of them just waiting there, not going through because they're afraid.
China is the only country that like suppresses the wealth, like suppresses the value of their currency, and that's what they have to do to maintain their manufacturing of the world status. If they just lifted that suppression, like the entire world would be in debt to China overnight.
That is true. And they do suppress their dollar, and they are the majority of the world is indebted to China right now. So both those things you said are true.
Well, I mean, they suppress their currency prices to peg it to the USD for their trade for a trade advantage, right? It's not like out of altruism.
Exactly. So they can sell their products cheaper. Yeah, exactly.
So
Well,
maybe
if
the gold prices are actually following Chinese currency in the background in reality.
maybe this is weird though, because historically, when there's war, the price of gold goes up. But we'll see now because apparently there's the Marine Expeditionary Force headed to Iran. There's also warthogs. You guys know what the warthogs are, right? The tank killers. There's also Apache attack helicopters on their way. So the signs are, according to the people there's the warthog right there exactly. According to the military analysts, they're fixing all this is like a recipe for boots on the ground. So this is not good. So if this happens, I'm sure gold is going to spike right up again.
Supposedly, AI overview says that it's because of a strong U.S. dollar, rising interest.
Yeah, I think they decided not to cut rates this year, so it kind of puts the U.S. dollar in a better position. That might be exclusively the reason why.
And people taking profit after the high prices.
I don't know, man. If I had family in the U.S. military right now, I'd be worried for them. Seriously worried for them. Regardless of one gang or two gangs or 20 gangs, this is not looking good.
Well, I mean, I would have said yeah, there's an issue, but my niece's boyfriend just went through boot camp and he's about to get deployed to like South Korea.
South Korea, really?
South or
Okay.
North Korea, one of the two. I don't know. It's just
Well,
Definitely not
when they
North.
when they deploy people for war like this, they generally tell their families something. They're not really allowed to tell their families where they're really going. So he might be going elsewhere. FYI, something to worry about. But
You
Well,
think Russia really is an enemy of America?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're a Christian country. They're more like Americans than you would dare to think. Actually, they're right now. I would say they're more American than the Americans are with all this woke movement and she, he, boy, girl stuff. They're more what America used to be than what America is now.
Who you talking about?
You said Iraq or Iran?
Ruskies.
Oh, Russia.
Who?
Russia.
They both have ties. This is the thing. If you look into it, America and Russia both have very strong ancient ties to Egypt.
Yeah, I think Russia's
Egypt?
probably more Christian than America for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're Orthodox for sure. They're definitely like Christian. Absolutely.
Any predictions for the future? What's the next magazine cover gonna look like, Essie?
The next
Oh,
what?
on gold. Is it possible that Arab nations are like dumping their gold hard just so they have cash for the war?
No, everyone's hoarding gold the past couple of years.
What I'm saying is that might explain the recent drop is that Arab nations are dumping gold.
I haven't heard that. I've heard everyone's buying gold, especially the BRICS countries, because they want to base their currency on gold.
Well, like Dubai, for example, I believe that their main economy is tourism. I would assume that's fucking over until the war is done. So it would make sense that they're going to liquidate some assets.
They got oil, so I don't know. I haven't heard that one. I don't know. But there's rumors that these Qatars and AEUs and all these countries, because of this war now, they might not survive. They might lose all their tourism. They might not recover from this. And they definitely lost confidence in the ability of the Americans to protect them, right? Because of what's going on here, they're taking away their missiles and they're bringing them all to Israel. So this may affect the future of relations between these countries and the states, for sure. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia made a military pact with, wait for it, nuclear armed Pakistan. They have a military pact. That's where your petrodollar was based, and obviously that they've cut ties with that now. So the petrodollar is no more.
How long until the entire governments of the world are just all AI ministers like Albania?
Yeah. Believe it or not, yeah, Romania has an AI. I forget what branch. I couldn't believe I heard that one.
Well, that's exactly what Peter Thiel. That's what Silicon Valley is waiting for. It's exactly what they want. Replace everything, including the government, with AI.
Yep, we're definitely in a place of world history where we've never been, technologically, politically, militarily. It's crazy, bro. Like this is a crazy time to be alive, for sure.
The thing with AI is at the bottom of in the small print, it says that AI can sometimes make mistakes. So they're just going to be taking the responsibility off the humanity and putting it onto these AI robots. So no one to blame, right?
Well, it's not like any of the politicians have any responsibility anyway. When's the last time anybody grabbed a pitchfork and killed a politician?
When's the last time a politician went to jail?
Politicians in jail every once in a while. There was that Russiagate investigation put that fucking what's his name in jail for a few months until he got the pardon.
Well, I know personally one of the ministers in China, they got shot to death for corruption. And so I know like for a fact myself that they're coming down hard on corruption on politicians and ministers, at least in China anyway. It's not just a made up story. So they are trying to clean and drain the swamp and clean it out. So maybe there is a good side to it somehow.
Notice how no one's talking about the Epstein files anymore?
That is old
And
news,
notice, notice the two biggest warmongers, Trump and Netanyahu. Netanyahu is keeping this war on because they're going to try him for corruption, and the same with the American president. Isn't that kind of funny?
How about trying for genocidal war crimes while you're at it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and giving syphilis to like someone's family's youngest daughter.
There's not much to talk about when you are redacting everything.
Did you guys know that in 2024, the FBI got hacked and they effectively completely erased a bunch of quote FBI Epstein files already? So not only do we only get like 3%, we'll never see a humongous portion because coincidentally FBI got hacked.
It's just like they lost the documents and they don't know how to get back to the moon. They're protecting a large club of elite billionaires, definitely. It's their last ditch attempts to cover their tracks by, taking everyone's attention towards something that seems to be more important. Meanwhile, they're all still happy on the ISS.
It's funny though that we kind of like see them as like, their main goal is to like trick us, but it's like there's so many levels to it that like a distraction with the Epstein files to some degree, yeah, it could be a distraction, but it's not because they're afraid that we're going to pay attention to the things that are going to make a difference and we're going to actually make a difference, right? Like if they didn't have the Epstein distraction, would people be paying attention to something that would actually threaten them or threaten the plan or change the narrative? If they didn't have the Epstein distraction, it's like they're not worried about us paying attention to the right things because they already have us like so many levels deep in the deception that they don't need the distraction so much as like they're playing the game of exposing certain people and the narrative gets revealed in the way they want.
They know how people think. Masters
Like
of
even like the
psychology.
nuclear bombs. Think about the nuclear bombs as like you guys were talking about the deception of the space race and the going to space stuff. They all agree on. Well, think about if nuclear bombs aren't real, like that. It does seem to be there's not a lot of evidence to show that they're for sure exactly what they're saying. So if that's not the case, and it's all about they all have to agree on nuclear bombs being the threat and all of that, if it's not real, in the same way they do with the space. It's like any country that gets their pass to be space explorers also gets a pass to be the fake nuclear bomb creators. But think about if it's like a playground and you're in charge of the playground, and at any time you can shut the playground down, right? Like say there's outer ponders and they're in charge of the playground. And at any time they could change the narrative and destroy a country or do whatever, right? They would be like real-time gods to the people that are we think are in charge of the world. Right? If that's the way it works, then a lot of it makes a lot more sense. Because then there could be like real wars and real games going on between the countries because they're allowed to do that, and however it plays out, it plays out. But they also know that there's this hidden hand of the outer ponders that ultimately they have to adhere to. So that's how it could be real and fake at the same time. The outer ponders kind of got brought up with the idea that like the oil is coming from outer lands. Well, I mean, think about if gold really is like infinitely, abundant. And maybe there's a certain amount of gold that we have access to, but at any time the outer ponders could bring like all the gold times 10 if they wanted to any country, at any point. They could also just like change the amount of gold available or the amount of silver or whatever if they wanted to. Then think about that. If that's like under like, another hidden hand type thing, and maybe even the hidden hand doesn't exist, but somebody at the top's convinced everybody else that the hidden hand exists, and they've passed the buck to these people that, probably do exist, but they've claimed to have access to the outer ponders or whatever. There could be so many levels of like passing the buck at the very top that we have no idea is real or not, but it doesn't even matter because that's the control system that people are at the top or under the illusion of. I'd say there have to be outer ponders for sure, whether they're actually here or controlling things or not. I think that if we know it's flat, then there's definitely outer ponders. Their version of the outer ponders is the other thing. Are we getting the real version or not? I think that's why they rolled out flat Earth, why they're probably going to tell us it's flat, in quotes, give us their pseudo version of flat Earth, bring the world into united one world order. And because the internet it allows us to see what other countries are what's going on. Now they don't have a boogeyman, right? They've lost their boogeyman because the whole world's connected by the internet now. So it's hard to make up things about other countries like they used to be able to and keep it, agreed upon, the plebs. So now they can have the boogeyman of the outer ponders in this, as the world grows, they have to expand out, but they can't really show us the outer ponds or take us there, but they have to at least let us know that they're there and then give us their illusion of it or whatever their fake version of it is to, control people on that level. Without now they have the perimeter.
I kind of want to push back on that perspective.
Perimeter, completely guarded.
I want to push back on the
Go
world.
ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's just a theory. It's not what I'm saying is true. It's just an idea. I'm not saying I think that's for sure, but I'm saying.
I mean, case in point for me is the what's happening in Iran. We really don't really know what the hell happening. How much bombs are they really throwing? What's really going on? We have small bits of information. Pretty much, their internet's cut off from practically the world. So I think they still control what you can and can't see. So
I don't know how that's pushing back on what I said.
Well, because you said that now everybody's connected and can see what the hell's going on, so somebody could be the boogeyman. And then that's why I'm saying, like, right now, everything that happened in Iran, how much of it did you actually see?
Only thing that you really saw was anything
I
that
wasn't
happened
saying that as an,
outside of Iran.
yeah, I wasn't saying that as an absolute statement. Like no one, like everyone has access to everything going on, but to some degree, we can't. We know what's going on in most countries to some degree, and we could talk to people like that live there and can give us personal reports or whatever. Like there could be a guy from Iran a year from now that says exactly what he saw. I'm just saying that to some degree, it's harder to control the division of information. So they might use the outer ponders as the boogeyman now, as like an ultimate control of the narrative.
When you say outer ponders, are you talking about like like there's more suns out there, more local suns, or
Could be lands within our own pond. Could be a lot more land within the area that we know of where the sun goes. Doesn't even need to necessarily be outer ponds. It could just be the other lands that we're not privy to know about.
okay, so
And
under our sun.
yeah, it could be. I mean, who knows? I'm
Sure.
not saying I have a theory that I can confirm or, any of that. I'm just saying even within this own pond, there could be lots of land where these people are, working from.
Like where, like out in the Pacific?
Sure, but even if they're not, even if we don't have access, and even if they don't exist, the people at the top could be convincing others that they exist. I'm just saying there's lots of scenarios. I think there definitely are other lands within this pond. From looking at the way the sun goes out further than we have access to see.
Wouldn't they
Or
be
beyond it.
Wouldn't they be inner ponders then?
Yeah, I guess so. Outer lands or outer landers or whatever, or other landers.
Other landers? Aliens? I mean, are you saying they're going to do an alien thing where they say they're from outer space?
No. I think the only
Wouldn't that
way
be the
to
obvious
do it
one?
right.
Wouldn't that be the obvious one, since they already have the globe sold to everybody, that it would be aliens from outer space that are going to come and take over the Earth, and then they need to unite us all for that, like the whole Project Bluebeam thing?
But then they wouldn't have everybody on the same page. The people paying attention already know we're not on a globe. So just getting the people that are ignorant to the narrative convinced, that's easy enough. But to get the people that are actually paying attention convinced, that's another level. If you do outer ponds, you might have a lot of flat earthers saying, well, it does make sense, there's more land. Then you got everybody on the same page. They can't play to the lowest common denominator if they're trying to like create an infinite or indefinite situation of the narrative. Because then all the people paying, all the flat earthers are just laughing at the outer space alien idea. But if they make it ancient ancestors, like just people like us that are living outside of us with higher, with more advanced technology, then it makes all the sense in the world, because then that's where the UFOs come from, where all the technology comes from, where, why it's controlled how they can control the people in the government. The space aliens can't do that. They can't convince. They could. I mean, I guess under some weird situation where they're like, from space. But the whole idea of getting here from another planet, the distances are way too far, and it's all ridiculous anyway. So it's a much more local threat if they make it the outer ponders. Whether the outer ponders exist or not, that narrative is so much more useful.
I
Because
think
then
what
you could make it all up.
I think what Gio's saying though is for the globe theory to stay intact, it has to coincide with the globe theory, right? So more land wouldn't really make sense.
No, you're right. That's what I'm saying. It's like the possibility I'm proposing is, what if they rolled out flat Earth on purpose to eventually tell us it's flat and use the outer ponds as the aliens? And then it would be like uniting people under that revealed truth, like the Bible says or whatever. It'd be like the big truth is revealed. So then people start to trust the people that give them the big truth, or they can they can do the directed energy weapon UFO thing with actors as the outer ponders, just humans as actors playing the outer ponders. And it'd be so much more believable, because everybody that gets introduced to flat Earth and realizes that there's so many things that unite. I mean, we're all united across the world already because of that basic, obvious truth, in my opinion. To the people
What
that
type
have
of
paid attention.
what type of special abilities do these outer ponders hold, and what type of technology do they hold that is going to convince everybody that, yeah, they are something special, something different, they have more power, more intellect, whatever? What do you think those attributes might be?
Well, I would say they would use the directed energy weapons that we've already seen being used, where they can just like level a house and all the trees are perfectly fine all around the house. But they're just like excavating the territory. They could just, I mean, we already see that the directed energy weapons are there, but it's the one thing that you're not supposed to say that they have and use. So that it's now the time where enough people know about that, where they could say, well, that's the outer ponders. They have that tech. They have the UFO tech. Enough people have seen flying things in the air that don't make any sense. And they're telling us about the disclosing the UFO stuff at the same time to coincide with the revealing of the flat earth so they can make it the outer ponders. I'm just saying that's possibility. I'm not saying I know this or think this or think this is definitely the case. I'm just saying that would make a lot more things make more sense with this whole control of the narrative thing. Like if you control, like think about the Bitcoin market or any of these markets that they have the whales that control the waves, right? And those waves have to continue, otherwise the market crashes, like someone was saying a bit ago. Well, if you're like in control of the narratives and you have like that whale power of the narratives, and that's the hidden hand of the outer ponders or the supposed outer ponders, whoever it is control inner ponders, outer landers or whatever, if they have control of those waves of the narrative, then you can control everything in that way as well. Like, you know, that Sayorsa, the last thing, because I have to go, the Sayorsa movie that we talked about a little bit in here, where the guy says there was a mini ice age not too long ago, and like 90% of the population in most countries was wiped out, and that's like something that they're not telling us about. That would make a lot of sense, or that would be important, I think, to figure out how much truth there is to that, because then a lot of the like recent history being manufactured would fall in place with the whole, agreeing on the globe. Even, they could have like the playground is like, okay, these 5 kids are in charge, or not in charge, but these 5 kids are the most dominant um, uh, gatherers of other groups, and they have their countries, and we're going to let them play it out. You can go ahead and have the playground, even though that we're in charge of the narratives whenever we want, right? So go ahead and play it out. Have your wars. We're going to control that with whatever people we have that we've tapped to be the bankers or whoever. I mean, even the IMF. Most people don't even know the IMF is a thing, or that the money's like all kind of like balanced by this group of people. They completely manipulate the markets. We know that with the gold and the silver. To some degree, it's not just about how much real gold there is. I mean, wasn't there like a bunch of different things recently with them uncovering like a huge amount of gold? I don't know how that plays into it, but it seems like there's all of a sudden, and then they have a whole thing about the space race with like getting like an asteroid that has this kind of metal on it that's worth quadrillion, like the amount of the value of the supposed metal they get from these flying rocks. Like, what if they claim that they have that metal, and they had some kind of way of manufacturing a pseudo metal that supposedly is worth 10 times the amount of gold or whatever? They could even go that direction with it and say they have this mining of these asteroids now that trumps all the value of everything. I don't know. I'm just saying that if there are people that are in control of the narrative, whether they're inner ponders, outer landers, outer ponders, whatever they are, then a lot more things make a lot more sense with like faking the bigger things. That's all I was trying to say.
So it's a one world pond. One world pond order.
One world pond order could be. I mean, that would make the bigger secrets make sense, that they're all agreeing on one thing, but then also still playing out like their little spats between each other with, I mean, if nukes are fake, bro, I mean that's kind of like the thing that like the world talks about as of like the reason for the war and trying to like, I mean, that's crazy. If they fake that and they've got everybody agreeing on that, and it's the perfect tool because then everybody's worried about like this one country could destroy the whole world.
How do you show the Earth's flat without showing what's beyond what we already know?
Well, people that are flat earthers already know it's flat because we see too far and we know we're not moving. It's obvious we're not moving.
You're saying that they would reveal that truth though to convince everybody. How would everybody be convinced?
They could do that if they could even give it like a fake version of the truth with showing the outer ponds, some kind of like CGI or some kind of outer land or inner land advanced society that they show us, and then use that as like oh look, they've got smart cities and that's what we need to like do ourselves because we're at that point of technology now. Or it's like Star Trek where they had like the prime directive, like you're not allowed to mess with another planet unless they acknowledge you first. Like you have to like acknowledge that that they're there before they can help you. But they
I
could
don't
use
think
some
it's
kind of
a
scenario like that.
I don't think it's a better plan than aliens, because as soon as you tell people there's stuff a certain direction from you, they're going to go looking, right? If you tell them it's aliens though, they don't have access to space.
True, but they've got the perimeter now, like where you can't really go anywhere without being confronted anyway. Like maybe they had to get to this point where they weren't worried about people trying to go anywhere because they've got that. In fact, they'd love it if you try to go somewhere because then they could just eliminate you.
I mean, that seems a bit weird to tell people the truth and then like just mass kill people who are trying to go see it.
Well, they could just say there's a treaty with the Outer Ponds. They could just say it's the Outer Ponders that kill people. Like we're not allowed to go there, and we decided it was psychologically better to not give you like you're a rat in the cage and you're not allowed to go there. So we gave you the space fantasy because that's better than thinking like, oh, there's a place I can't go and I'm trapped.
No, I think being trapped is better because then people don't attempt to leave, right? If you think you can't leave, you're not going to try. If you think you can, then people definitely will try.
Right,
Like
but are they
nonstop.
worried about that? Are they worried about that? Like, who's going to get the balls and the gear to do it?
I think a lot of people would if they're selling it hard enough to the point where you're saying everybody accepts that it's real.
I mean, I don't know how much of a threat that really is, though. And if it is, I mean, even if they did get there, what are they going to do? They get there and they're with the outer landers and they're arrested or whatever. They're put in a concentration camp of the people from the inner lands. And there's a big group of them already that tried to go there, and that's where they are. Who knows? I mean, if there is that kind of technology, I'm just putting these as scenarios that are possible because it does seem like they could have killed Flat Earth a long time ago if they wanted to. If they really wanted to, they would have made a school shooter a flat earther or something like really, really, really damning to Flat Earth in some way. But they haven't done that. They've just been 1 foot on the pedal, 1 foot on the brake, kind of like easing it, like not trying to kill it off in as much as they could have, and most likely having people that are helping that come along. Even like on my channel, I have 2 cuts of Mark Sargent saying we figured out the truth in 1960, and then we decided to put it on the back burner until we found a palatable way to bring it to the people. Basically saying I'm the guy that gets to bring the flat Earth to the people in a palatable way, which kind of fits his character.
I don't see why they would move to a new elaborate theory when, in my opinion, they're not worried about flat Earth at all because nobody's out there really trying to. I mean, we're talking about it in here, but who's actually physically trying to escape a boundary? Probably not many people.
No, I'm not saying they're worried about flat Earth becoming a thing. I'm saying they made it a thing for some reason. I'm not saying I know the reason. This is one possible reason that they could have. to change the narrative, to have the new, to follow biblical narratives. I mean, it just falls into place with all the things that, the people that believe in the Bible and stuff, they need their Armageddon, they need their, revealing of the truth or whatever to make that scenario all the more real. And if you want to unite the world, if they did want a new world order, it would be the perfect way to unite the world.
So from your perspective, flat Earth is revealed from them, not from obvious observation?
No, I'm saying that those obvious observations could be being used by the people that are intentionally revealing it, disclosing it, like there was a lifespan on the narrative that they do with all the things, like even the space, the whole idea of the globe Earth. Maybe it's gone through cycles. Maybe they know that, like, at a certain point they're going to reveal it because the AI and the internet and everything, it just makes it, a controlled demolition of the narrative. Like, it seems like any narrative they just want control over, whether they're, it's obvious that it's flat regardless of what they say, but they've now helped it come along to some degree, I imagine.
I mean, how would you feel about that theory, Gio? They helped reveal one of the biggest illusions.
Does anyone actually think that the flat Earth community is a big group?
Is a what?
Like, is it a big group? Like, because I was talking to some normies the other day, a whole bunch of lawyers, and they were saying they've heard of the flat Earth theory, and it's kind of like a little tiny bit of the corner of the internet, kind of like the Mandela effect. That's the way that they see it, like some nutcases in the corner of the internet, and that they don't see in their life. It hasn't come across their algorithms at all.
Yeah, it's extremely small, and we already know the algorithms don't push quote unquote conspiracy theories. So you have to be looking for it.
Anchovy, I heard what you said. My push to talk button stopped working. Sometimes I have to plug it and plug it back in because I have a separate little keypad I use for it.
Go
But
ahead.
anyways, no, it's all good. I mean, there's a lot that could be said on that. Like what the idea that the controllers rolled out the shape of the Earth in a way. That whole topic. Is that what you're asking about?
I'm saying if you think
versus it being organic.
Yeah, like you think this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest conspiracy there is, that they themselves would help procure the truth to the community. It sounds kind of counterintuitive.
Well, people fall on different sides of that. Like some people think that it was rolled out purposefully, for different purposes. I mean, there's just a wide range of viewpoints on that. When you think about it, we're told it's a globe, especially after World War I, World War II, the whole situation until now. They claim in the 60s that they were able to get up there and actually see it as a ball. And then they, Sputnik, and then landed on the moon all of a sudden within 1 decade. And then now all of a sudden, Nazis took us to space is the story that you have to believe, because that's literally what it is. Nazis took you to space. And I guess you believe that Nazis took you into some new part of nature that never existed before. Or whatever, or never was accessed before until Nazis came along and did a bunch of genocide and then made rockets and then somehow, claimed to have come over and take you to space. And then now I guess Freemasons went to the moon and all the rest of that story. So yeah, the globe thing is pretty set in. And then a planar stationary Earth was pretty much completely suppressed for, let's just say, since World War II, 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, it was always kept as a very small little sliver in the media to kind of just mock, people used to think it was a flat Earth, that kind of vibe. And then you get up to today, and to the point to where like in 2015, there's been this huge eruption of discussion and everything around it. So there's the idea that is linked to like the December 21st, 2012, like the end of the Mayan and Aztec calendars and so on, like we're maybe the end of an era, and that's why this has come into our consciousness. But that's kind of maybe more from like an organic or cyclical perspective. And then, yeah, I mean, if you're referring to like some people do theorize that like the controllers, the ones lying to us about the globe, somehow had a part to play in like, I mean, there's different theories. Like some people think they put it out, or that it was a controlled rollout so that they could see how much interest it got, but then maybe it got more interest than they thought, and then they had to suppress it. I think there's that theory. Other people think maybe they have some larger like diabolical plan in which they're gonna, reveal it or push it forth. I mean, I'm just sort of saying what people's theories are. But on the other side, like the angle you're coming from is be like, okay, well, if they're lying about what the Earth is and the shape of the Earth and the cosmology, why would they spark it or put it out purposefully? So, I mean, I hear that. And then there's the idea that it's just completely organic and that they didn't spark it out at all. And that all they've done is just tried to suppress it, monitor and suppress. And then, they did the censorship in like 2018, 2019 after a few years. So, I mean, from that whole, I know I'm just going over all the like range of kind of views on this, I think, that people may have. But from the idea that it's organic, you could say like, okay, the controllers lied to us about the shape of the Earth. And December 21st, 2012, that may have been a shifting point for the larger of the end of a cycle and beginning of a new cycle. And then if it came out organically, then they would have just put a couple of their guys in, to be like, I mean, a lot of people speculate Mark Sargent is maybe something involved in that just because he's like the main face or whatever on like the BBC and all that stuff. And anyways, so they would maybe put some of their guys in, they would try to kind of control it and then censor it ultimately and keep it kind of limited. And also maybe monitoring like how much of a wave did it get, but then from that perspective, like it's getting out and they can't stop it kind of thing. But that's more like the organic view. So sorry if that was long winded, but I'm just like going over like that whole range of things. And I hear like the last thing you said, like I hear what you're saying. Like it would seem counterintuitive that somebody who is, or some entity or group that has put this much effort into hiding the true shape of the Earth, why would they roll it out or even want people talking about it? But I guess Dave was saying, New Perspective was saying that, his idea that it may be part of some larger rollout, right? That's what you're saying, Dave?
Yeah, it could be like there's like many levels to like the revealing of a lot of things, which we already know is true. But then if you expand that out to be like, not only is there a control of all these little narratives within the larger narrative, there's like even larger narratives that are also controlled that we don't even know exist, which would make sense to some degree for a lot of the things that we're trying to like piece through. Like, how could they all agree on the Earth being a ball and then having wars between each other at the same time? Well, if there is like a larger control that they all have to go by on that bigger narrative, even though there's a real war going on between these countries because they're on the playground, but the playground's controlled by something that they can't even access, and they know it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean,
I just think
I generally don't think they rolled it out. So I guess I would differ on that overall. I mean, I've always kind of been more on the side that I don't think they wanted it to come out. I think it just people started talking about it and they had to kind of figure out how to respond to that. But go ahead.
Well, wait, you think Mark Sargent might be compromised, right? No, haven't you said you think Mark Sargent, if anybody, might be somehow controlled?
Well, yeah, but if he is, then he would be potentially okay. So you have like different views on like somebody could be compromised where they're like they were a normal person, but then they got convinced to like do they got caught in a crime or something, and then they got convinced to like work for the dark side kind of thing, or it would just be people in their network, CIA, other levels of secret societies, that kind of thing. And then there's the idea that there's like a family line or a bloodline. So, I mean, if Mark Sargent is somewhere, in there, I guess there's different theories or ideas. I guess everybody calls someone a shill, right? That guy's a shill, that guy's a shill. People throw that around, agents and whatever. But I'm just saying Mark Sargent is one that a lot of people consider maybe. And I know some people think he's not, but he is kind of like the one that's been on the biggest media outlets and stuff. But he came later. Like Eric Dubay and those guys were already talking about it for a while. And then because I remember I was there when that all happened. Like I remember when Mark Sargent's first video came out. You know, the Flat Earth Clues thing, which was very like he's like reading a script. It was yeah. I have my whole experience of how he came onto the scene, but it seems like he came on as a countermeasure to the others that were already talking about it, and he came in quick and tried to become like one of the top figureheads of it. So yeah, he's suspect.
And that's kind of like what I'm talking about. Like even if like it's either like maybe it was natural and Eric Dubay and those guys were like for real and they did it and they had to like counteract it with Mark Sargent or whoever. That could be the case, or it could be that Eric Dubay is also part of it, and that whole narrative right there is also part of like what we're supposed to buy into is like, oh well, like, you know, they had to do this, and so it divides people already between those two groups of like Eric Dubayers or Mark Sargent, and it's like from the very start, it could have been all orchestrated. I'm not saying for sure it is that I know that, or I have to, you know, I think other people should think that, but it's just a possibility we have to consider when we're talking about a narrative within a narrative. And if Mark Sargent is compromised and he's not like killing it, he's not like, you know, making flat earthers look totally stupid, but he's making them look stupid enough for the normies to make fun of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that idea.
It could be that it's sophisticated. It could be, I'm not saying it is, or, you know, I definitely think that's the case. But if I had to guess, if I had to bet, it seems like it's way more sophisticated than maybe a lot of us are giving possible, you know, a fair look at maybe. And it was just in response to like, how could they all be agreeing on these like larger deceptions and then having a real war? That's kind of why I came in, because it would make it. I'm not saying that that's definitely the way it is, but if it was that way, then it would make sense, because it's like you're allowed to have your wars, but you still adhere to the bigger narrative that, you know, that you're supposed to do, because there's a bigger control that even they can't control, even though they can have real wars between people for their little playground spats.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like different ideas or theories of like who's genuine and who's not genuine, I guess, and people all have their theories on different like content creators and how people came on the scene and, you know, all of that. There's obviously a range of views, but I mean, it does seem contradictory that they would lie to humanity for all these decades, you know, and longer, and put all this effort into it to then like leak out the truth, you know, like you would think that like that's what they would want to keep the most suppressed, which seems like they've done with the shape of the earth for all these years. So it is kind of like Anchovy.
Yeah, but it's their version of the truth, right? It wouldn't be the truth. It would be their pseudo flat Earth truth, right? Like if they could convince everybody that there's an ice wall around us, and, you know, there's only this much land, and, you know, then they control that narrative, even though that might not be the true narrative. It's like enough of the truth that it brings people together with the flat Earth realization that we're not moving and all that. But then the larger truth, if there really are outer pounders, or if they, you know, it's just them, we'll never know. Like, as long as they're not telling us things that we can prove to ourselves aren't true, then they really have control, right? Because then they can say, because if somebody can like come to their own common sense conclusion that we're not moving, which makes sense, then you know, then they can go against the larger narrative. But if they include that as as part of the truth that they reveal, then they can control like the bigger narrative of, you know, whatever whatever they want. You have real time gods, good outer ponders, bad outer ponders. Then it would be like a local threat, real time gods that they could, with the technology and the blue beam and all that, they have all these opportunities to create these things. And if they have directed energy weapons and can wipe out like a city block, because as a demonstration of the outer ponders technology, it would be so useful, because then you'd have real time gods. But then you'd have to make some of them benevolent, because you can't just have people living in fear. They have to build on inspiration, you know, so they would have to make it like, you know, we're inspired by certain outer ponders that we want to live up to the expectations of, and other ones that we fear, and it could all just be their creation. But that right there would be so useful because no one would know because it's not something we can prove is wrong any longer, like the shape of the Earth.
How does that play in with
Wait, hold on again, real quick before I go, because I have to go. I'm walking into to see a show, but and I'm late because of this conversation. But real quick, that I hope they don't do this. I really hope that they don't go with this scenario because if they go with the outer space alien scenario where it's just like we see the aliens like bugs we can crush and we have no intellectual fear of them because they're just like bugs in space that came here that have no idea how to communicate with us or any of that or whatever it is, it's much more useful for them to make it outer ponders, which is why I hope they don't do that. But I think that would be the most useful for them if they did decide to do that, or if they have been planning on that. It would be the worst case scenario that they actually give us the truth about the quote unquote truth about flat Earth, ironically. Because all the flat earthers can just be laughing at the space alien invasion because we know that that's not true, right? We know that there's not aliens coming from space. That's ridiculous. So if they go with that, at least we know they're lying. If they go to the outer ponders, we're not so sure any longer. That's all.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
I
got
know
to
you
think.
said yet. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, from my perspective, whatever they roll out, they would want to convince the masses. So if the masses are already on the globe side, the alien thing is more probable than, oh, actually, we've been on flat Earth this whole time, and there's outer ponders. It seems less likely to me.
I hope that's the case. I hope they just play to the lowest common denominator, and they don't worry about all the people, like the millions of people that realize we're not on a ball. Then we got millions of people that know they're lying forever, and that's just exponential. It's always going to keep growing. It's never going to go the opposite direction because it's something innate. It's something it's self-evident. You can't you have to build on something that's self-evident. I would say in the long run.
What I was gonna say, I know you said you had to go soon, but what I was gonna say is that how would this play into the TFE stuff? Because it seemed like the agenda there, whatever maybe have been the case in terms of what people think of it, but just in the media, they ran it as like, oh, flat Earth proven wrong, like they're absolutely so stupid that and then with all the things of Jaron saying I was wrong, and so what about that? Like it just seems like that media, like if you're saying they're gonna roll it out, it's just a speculation on the theory you're putting forth, but wouldn't it seem like maybe if they were going to be rolling it out that they would have made that be more like inkling people towards oh, it might be flat, whereas it was like they tried to just program it like, oh, flat Earth, nail in the coffin, whatever, the way they tried to portray it in the media?
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, and I don't think most people don't even know the idea of why it makes more sense for the 24-hour sun with the globe, and they don't even know flat Earth is a thing. But if you're talking about just the people paying attention, then in a way, it's kind of like they force the hand of realizing it's a dual pole flat Earth, which would only make sense. And then they have more of a likely. Then they have all the people that are science minded that know there's a 24-hour sun there, also on the same page with it being flat because they have to include that part of it. So this would be a way of kind of seeming like they're trying to kill flat Earth, but actually they're revealing it's a dual pole flat Earth, which is the actual truth, in my opinion. And we're closer to the truth, to quote unquote truth that they're going to eventually reveal in quotes to have their pseudoscience version of flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, then from that theory, would the AE map have been a psyop in the first place then, that they put there purposefully to then switch it to
Yeah, I guess it would be.
So you think, I'm just asking more like trying to steel man or understand what you're saying. You're saying that what you're saying is that they put the AE map in the first place as a deception, then rolled out the 24-hour sun, and now you're saying the theory that they would roll out that it's a dual pole flat Earth. Is that what you're saying? That the
Well, if they're going to tell us it's flat, if they're going to tell us it's flat and get people that are actually knowing what's going on, they can't go with the AE map because people know there's a 24-hour sun that are paying attention, right? So they have to go with a dual pole flat Earth if they're going to do what I'm talking about. I mean, they could just stick with the globe and play to the lowest common denominator. Hopefully, that's what they do. In my opinion, I'm not saying I hope they do this, but if they were going to reveal the truth, they would have to have all the things we observe align with that truth. The 24-hour sun is one of them, so it would have to be a dual pole flat Earth if we're going to reveal it.
All right. Well, I mean, a lot of these topics, there's so many like polarities, you know, like it could be totally this way or that way. So, meaning that like, you know, if the Earth is a globe in space or stationary and planar, like they're very different, like they have different outcomes. So, because what about the view that like that the AE map was rolled out, you know, as a false version of the Earth, which doesn't match the sky, which we've known for years. That's not anything new. TFE didn't have to reveal that it doesn't match with the southern stars, the sun at the equator, which arcs towards the south, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of things that have been problems with that dual pole map that we've discussed over the years. So it's not really new. That part's not new. Like a lot of that's been discussed and so on and debated. But what about the view that like that they rolled or that they okay? Because a lot of people might think that they rolled out the AE map as like the false flat Earth to then try to show that or have it not be the truth, and then therefore like try to destroy all of planar Earth discussions, you know, to like throw the baby out the bathwater. And it seems like that was like the media thing, like, oh look, there is a 24-hour sun there. Like we hid the 24-hour sun from you for all these years. There was no footage of it. It wasn't on National Geographic. It wasn't on TV, you know, you didn't just see it on some nature show in the 90s. Like it was like basically hidden from humanity, more or less, in terms of like footage of it, you know, until now. And then TFE, and now they're trying to like what about the idea that they rolled out a fake version? They're trying to then destroy that and then convince everyone that all of Flat Earth is wrong, because it seems like any dual pole discussions are like very, very minimal. You know, like there's, like I've always said, there's like 10 or 20 of us that are talking about how the sky is two pole and the ground, you know, how the ground matches to the sky. So, all right, he left. I think he had to go. So that was a long thing that he's probably not going to be able to respond to. But go ahead, Anchovy. You were getting in before. He said he had to go because he probably had to respond.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't want to fall into the trap of saying something's not possible. I just think it seems less likely that they would reveal anything even near the truth, because then people would have a little more energy to go look at it, right? Like if you tell us there's more land, of course people are going to go try and explore that. Like there's no doubt in my mind about that.
I mean, there's nothing stopping people from buying a sailboat and doing it now, right? I don't see any YouTube videos or streams or any reports of anyone out on their sailboat being told to turn around because they're heading towards the ice wall.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying I already agree with that you know, the community is already small, but I'm saying for his theory that they reveal some kind of truth and the masses fall for it. It's like, you think nobody's going to go look for those outer lands if they actually believe it? Of course they will.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I hear what you're saying. Like, if they're going to lie to people as something like the shape of the Earth, like, why would they even want people even talking about it very much? You know, maybe minimally, but because yeah, people hear about something, they're going to run with it, talk more about it, and so on. So, I hear what you're saying. With that it wouldn't, you know, from that view, it wouldn't make sense that they would reveal it or, you know, actually put it out there at all to get people. But I guess
Gio,
there are other theories that they would do it as kind of like a double bluff.
Do you think that there's like land, like even with your dual pole, do you think there's like land beyond, or do you think it's like a Pac-Man world, like a portal where you go in from one side and then you're out, you come back on the other side?
Well, those are two things in there. What are you asking about?
Oh no, I'm saying in your idea of a flat Earth conception, do you think that there's like land beyond that's like that we don't know about, or do you think that like it's like a Pac-Man where if you go out, if you Pac-Man off of one side, you'll come around on the other side, which is how you can like circumnavigate the flat Earth without having to like go back on yourself.
All right, if you if you're asking if I think there's a Pac-Man effect in reality, I would say no. I've never seen any evidence of that. If that did happen, that would be really intense, and I would want to see that like proven, in some profound way, because that's unlike anything in physics that we ever really consider as a thing. I mean, on the video game, you have little LEDs that are lighting up little pixels on a screen, so it's obviously easy for it to stop lighting up a pixel on the left and then light up a pixel on the right. That's easy enough because it's LEDs. But if you're talking about like a physical body doing that, I mean, I would. There's no reason I would think that's the case unless I saw like some serious evidence or something that relates to that.
So
I
then
don't
what do
have
you think
any. I don't. I
happens on
don't.
the flat Earth conception if you keep going like a cardinal direction?
Well, I haven't mapped the Earth, so I don't have any maps that I would say I've verified. I mean, the one that you might be talking about, a dual pole, I've never claimed that's the map of Earth. In fact, there's a ton of issues with that map that we've gone over for years.
Forget that I said dual pole. Just like any flat Earth conception, right? Something has to happen when you go out of the bounds, so to speak, of the land that we know about, right? Which means either you hit like the end of a video game like world where there's just like an impenetrable barrier where you just can't like you just keep walking in place, you can't go any further, or you would teleport back to the other side or something, or there's more land beyond that, right? Like the infinite plane idea, right? Like it's got to be one of those three, unless there's the one that I'm not thinking of, right? It's got to be one of those three.
So you're asking an impossible question. Is that the idea? Something
Well,
that
no, I just want to know. I mean, if
how
you're
could he
going to
possibly
say
answer it?
if you're going to say that there's a flat Earth, you would have to entertain one of these and think that one of these are plausible, right?
I mean, if you're asking him to speculate, I mean, what is that worth, though?
Like, if it was me, I don't consider like the video game hard stop or the Pac-Man thing as plausible. So if I was a flat earther, I would just say, no, there's got to be more land beyond it that they don't tell us about. Like that would, to me, be the only logical thing about what happens if you if you keep going in a cardinal direction, right?
Yeah, but it would all be in the realm of speculation, right? Because let's say you and I measured water and we absolutely measured it to not be curving, and we both confirmed it physically, tangibly, 100 times over. We do 50 different tests and we absolutely have verified water doesn't curve. And let's say we've just absolutely verified that the Earth isn't curving as well, along with the water. Even if we did all that, we would still be sitting by the bonfire talking about what might be out on the extremities. You know what I mean? Like, because if we haven't been there, we may be able to confirm the Earth is planar and not in motion, but we can't confirm what might be beyond places we haven't visited. So that would just be the same convo we'd be having then. So, even if the shape question was just completely solved. But I mean, yeah, dude, there's a couple possibilities. I mean, one is that there is some kind of barrier. What would that look like? What would that feel like? Is it a wall? Is it an impenetrable? Like you said, that's one idea, meaning something you could reach that isn't impenetrable. Another one is that it's just ice and cold and ice and cold and ice and cold, further from the sun, and you just can only go so far. Like you can take only as much food or as much materials as you can. You could try to leapfrog, but eventually it's just so barren and cold you just die or you don't have enough food. That's an option to where you just never could know. Like you could get as far as you can and that's it. You just can't get further because you're just going to die. It's that cold and nothing survives, etc. Now you could try to extrapolate, well, what if you went out, you built some kind of building with a bunch of generators and then you try to dig underground. I mean, you could get into some wild theories, but I'm just saying if it's just ice and cold to where it's just unlivable, then you may just never know. It'd be like a natural barrier that you just couldn't reach. Therefore, we would never be able to know. That's another possibility. Another possibility is that, yeah, there's more land. Like, I guess if you have close and local suns, there'd have to be like more suns and more land. So that's like an outer ponder kind of idea where that frame is used, like something out of our pond. There's that idea. I don't think anyone I've heard really like actually considers a Pac-Man thing necessarily. I think maybe I've heard like maybe one or two. I think Percentage was calling it wraparound. Maybe I don't know if he fully thinks it's happening, but he's one that I know has mentioned it or has been somewhat more positive. I don't know if he really thinks it's the case, but I don't really know anyone that seems to really think it's Pac-Manning for real, for sure. But maybe there might be one or two. So that's a pretty, because I mean that's just such an intense idea to think that you're somehow the Earth is like a looping system, or that you can relocate to a different place instantly or something. I mean that's just like.
Well, if we think about it though, you would have to have some kind of a Pac-Man because of the fact that we know that there's short distance. Like we know, like Los Angeles or Buenos Aires or whatever, like South America to Australia. You go west and it's not that far away, and then we know that from Australia you can just easily go to any part of Asia or Southeast Asia, right? Very, very short distance, relative speaking. And then we know that from from Asia, you can just keep going west, and then we know that you're in Europe, right? And then you just keep going west from there, and now you're back over. Now you're back over to the east coast of the U.S. So it would seem like there wouldn't be really any way to explain all the different variations that you could travel from place to from continent to continent and have that all work on a flat Earth
Yeah.
without having some kind of a Pac-Man. I think the Pac-Man is an unavoidable reality of flat Earth because otherwise you wouldn't be able to explain the distances, right? Like you wouldn't be able to explain how you could just certainly go from Los Angeles to Australia or Australia to Japan, Japan to Europe, right? Or you could go the other way, you go the eastward route, like.
No, I mean if you look at the one that is referred to as like that dual pole, where basically it takes like the northern hemisphere, makes it an AE map, takes the southern hemisphere, makes it another AE map of the south, then they blend in the middle. That one works like for some things because you have the small circle routes, which are basically around either of the pole, which is like if you go to 40 degrees latitude on a globe and you stay on 40 degrees latitude and you just keep going, that's called a small circle route instead of a great circle route. So you can do that on those when you have like two AE map sections on a plane. You can go around. So you can go from Australia up to Asia or Asia to Los Angeles. Those aren't an issue. The issue that
No, there's
becomes
huge holes in that map.
contention.
There's huge,
The issue. Hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm saying a lot of those are not problematic for just comparing to a globe. What we're told, but the ones that are in this like where the Pacific basically, because that map layout, it makes the Pacific Ocean the rim around the outside. So you end up with a similar issue like the thing in like if you put Antarctica around the outside, like on the AE map, you end up with a situation where like two spots on Antarctica that are maybe only like an hour plane ride or what's claimed to be an hour plane ride ends up being like a 14-hour plane ride because it's across the other side of the plane because you stretch it around the outside. Well, same with the Pacific Ocean. If you stretch the Pacific Ocean rim around the outside, then you end up with this situation where like a flight from Hawaii to Australia or something can't really go the long way unless it's a much longer flight, but to go the long way, like the small circle route, like around like Japan and Asia, going that whole way versus going what would be the blue side of the ball, the back side of the globe, the blue Pacific Ocean. So that's where those flights all become contentious is the Pacific because it doesn't link around like a globe. You could take that dual pole and then wrap it around the Pacific Ocean. And then you would end up with the blue side, like the ocean side of the globe, the Pacific, and then it all links together, which is what's claimed to be occurring or claimed to be is the case. So those are the flights that become an issue in terms of that layout. The ones that would go across the Pacific, basically.
And there's like literally no flat Earth conception that you could present that you wouldn't be able to blow 1,000 holes through it, right? And say like this isn't easily debunkable that any average person could go and debunk that those distances are not possible. That's kind of the whole problem. That's why there's no map to this day, right? Would you not agree?
No, I don't really agree because I mean I think there's 1,000 holes in the globe model, but I mean you'd have to go out.
We have a map that
verify
everyone
distances.
uses, right? We have a map that everyone uses, and so far no one's ever been able to poke a hole in the fact that the distances on like Google Earth are not accurate, right? From any 2 points.
I'm not convinced people have verified like Pacific Ocean distances and things. Maybe in like your city or in local areas.
I mean, is there one where, like
I wouldn't
people retire?
expect that we would have the map. Like even if you went out today and you measured tangible, no curvature, and you came back and you said, "All right, guys, you're right, it's not curving," you wouldn't have a map either, because you'd have
No,
to
no,
map
no.
the Earth. You have to map it yourself or
But
figure out what the truth is.
people retire and buy sailboats, and it's like a thing. Like there's sail clubs all around the U.S. Like I know, like one of my neighbors, that's one of the things he does, right? He sails around the world, right? He goes out for 4 or 5 months at a time because he's retired. Like it's not some niche like thing that like one Magellan in generation does. It's literally something that lots of people do, and that's just for leisure, right? Then we have the whole commercial aspect of it, but even just for leisure, like like, they stock up a certain amount of food, they plot out their courses, they know how long they'll be at sea, they see how long, they can see what their speed is across the water. If any of these distances were like, as grossly wrong as they would have to be on any flat Earth conception, someone would have figured it out. Like, it took me 3 times longer to sail this distance. It's supposed to be way shorter, right? And that's never happened, right? We would have reports of that all the time, that these distances are wrong.
Oh, the distances can be right. They could just be lying about what it's applied to. That's really that simple.
No, they can't. They can't. You can't have the globe Earth distances and a flat Earth map. They're mutually exclusive.
Bro, the distances don't have anything to do with the shape of the surface, man.
Of course they do.
Distances have to do between point A and B, generally direct line. Or
No,
over the surface, with the wheel. Yeah, with the wheel that measures.
What are you
Yes.
talking about? There's no way to have all the
You
distances
don't
work both
even
on a
know what
sphere and on
measure.
a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Bro,
Do you not understand
the
geometry?
distance between objects. Hold on. If I've got a measuring wheel and I'm walking to measure the known distance from point A to point B, where the hell does the globe come in when I start walking? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know what a measuring wheel has to do with it. There are many different ways to measure distances. You're not
Hey,
going to be able to use a
bro.
measuring wheel to
Bro,
measure across the ocean.
You're talking about the shape of something. Yes, measuring wheel does distances. Duh.
But you can't use a measuring wheel over the
If you
ocean.
don't know what that is, bro, get out of this conversation. Right, I
Well, how
know,
would you
but
use a measuring
over
wheel
the
on the
ocean,
ocean?
you can only get so far.
What?
You're gonna have to make your own map, set your own dead drops and everything. On land, you already have known places like the tree right there and the bush over there and the cactus over yonder. You have known places where you can measure all the distances without having any interference.
You don't think that we can measure distances over the ocean accurately?
I didn't say we couldn't, but your side says
Yeah.
that we can't because the Earth can't be
No.
flat, but you haven't measured any curvature anywhere.
No. I'm just saying is that you cannot produce a map that has the distances be possible on any flat Earth, right? The known distances between things that people actually sail every day, right? Like
Under a
you guys
communist
make it
regime,
seem
it's a
like
little hard.
you guys make it seem like there's no map that well, you guys don't have a map either. Your map is bullshit. Your map is based on a globe, but it's like no, but people sail these distances all the time, right? They fly these distances in planes, private planes, like all kinds of things like that, right? And
Okay.
so far, nobody's coming forward saying that these distances are bullshit. I ran out of fuel and crashed in the ocean because whatever.
I'll go with you. Look, I'll go with you on the Gleason's map. Just show me the globe measurements during Gleason's time and how they saw the Earth as a globe from anywhere other than Earth. Go ahead.
During Gleason's time, wasn't Gleason in the 19th century?
Or you can go back further, man. You're the one complaining.
I mean, people inferred this even before space travel became a thing. People inferred the shape of the Earth based on all the stuff we argue about every day, right?
What cartographer put curvature into his map making? And from what source did he derive this curvature?
I mean, I think you had people going back, I think even back to the Greeks, right? Where they were making maps on a globe.
Yeah, they can put any kind of map across any kind of shape. That's not
That's not true. That's just not true. You cannot peel
Right,
an
we don't-
orange and flatten it out and not have it be and say, oh, the distances between all the points on the orange are the same when I peeled it and laid it flat than it was when it was still an orange, right? Like obviously Those two are mutually exclusive, right? Like
Well,
if we just
all
draw
right. So
random
I'm
dots,
sitting on a mountain.
if we do you not agree that if we just draw random dots on an orange and then we measure all the distances between the dots and then we peel the orange and lay it flat, that you would never be able to make those dots be the same in terms of their distances relative to one another?
Yeah, I just asked, where is the orange at in any of the cartographers in the past, pre-NASA? Where are they deriving this idea of globularity from, since they don't have any?
What do you mean? They inferred it from
What
many
do you
things,
mean,
right?
what do I mean, bro? What are you talking about? You're telling me you know for a fact today the Earth was a globe. I'm going back before whatever event that was. Where's the guy that was making the map, the cartographer, where it goes, oh yeah, the Earth's a globe, and here's my reference to prove that it's a globe. Where is it?
I mean, we've got maps from the 14th century that are clearly on a globe, right? Because the way that they
Bro,
depict but
anyone can take
the way
something
that they
and
depict
transplant it to
routes.
another shape. It's not a problem.
I mean, once Columbus, that was the thing I was talking about with Gio. After Columbus, like once sailors started circumnavigating the globe, then they realized that, oh, you could reach India from the west coast of the US, or you could reach India by traveling east through Europe, right? Like around Europe, right? Around the Cape Horn. Like people realized
All right,
circumnavigating
so
the globe.
Well, you keep reiterating the thing, saying that it is, and I'm just asking where they got the proof of it from to then insert it into anything, and you just keep saying, well, it's already there. Okay, how? Where? When? Who?
What do you mean? People
Nobody.
sailed
It's
the
cricket.
earth, right? Magellan sailed the earth, right?
Okay, so I fill up a swimming pool, all right, and then I go from one end of a floaty all the way around the edges. Now I've gone in a globe. No, okay, any size does what you're talking about.
You're roboting really bad, but I don't know what a swimming pool has to
What
do with
body
it.
of
You can't
water does what you're talking
when you're
about?
on one end of a pool, you can't swim the opposite direction and go back to the other side of the pool, right? There's only one way to swim to get to the other side of the pool. You can't swim to the other side of the pool from two different directions. That's why I said if you believe in a flat Earth, you have to pretty much accept the Pac-Man model. Otherwise, you cannot explain, uh, you know, sailing routes and flight routes that are done every day.
Oh, that's easy. So I take a stake and I put it in the ground and I tie a rope to it. The stake is going to be the North Pole, and the rope is just going to be the magnetic pull, right? So I'm just going to be walking, right? I'm going to walk, I'm going to go 200 feet away. I'm going to walk a little bit, and I'm going to come in about 50 feet and walk a little bit. Still walking a circle, though, right?
What does that have to do with this?
Okay, so if I get further or closer away from the stake in the ground, that doesn't show me globe. That doesn't show me anything, and that's not even me making a solid shape with smooth lines. So how could he have known something when none of his trip was smooth? It was all jagged lines. Well, you'd have to compensate for every error, every change in direction, and he didn't do that.
You don't think
Nobody did.
that when ships are sailing, especially when we're talking in the 14, 15, 16th century, you don't think that it was critical the amount of food and water that you had on board? It was critical that you would have enough to make it to these different destinations, right?
I mean,
Yeah, but
doesn't food come from the ocean? Objection, not sequitur. Food lives in the ocean. You're crazy. Next.
You think that's a sailing ship could have taken everything that they needed just out of the water? You don't think they needed any supplies on the ship?
Bro, objection, non sequitur. Objection, non sequitur.
And that's
Food lives in the
that's your
ocean. Are you
claim.
stupid?
That's your claim that they were able to, fish enough, and I don't know how they were producing enough water for an entire crew. They didn't exactly
Well,
have
that's
like
besides the point.
They didn't have onboard desalination.
You'd be amazed at what they had.
Okay, so
Jake,
they didn't need supplies.
what is distance
Well, I mean,
and
dude, they got a compass. A compass only points towards north. It doesn't give you any surface shape, whether you're deviating or elevating at all. The compass doesn't give you any of that. So you can't presume those things into any trip that you make. Otherwise, you're just lying.
I mean, compass just establishes cardinal directions. I don't know what. I mean, we're talking about distances
Yeah, but
between locations on a sphere versus locations on a flat Earth, right?
cardinal directions work on a tabletop just fine. They get screwy when you add a ball to it, and then you've got one side of the ball giving off this declination and the other side not. That would have interference consequences.
Yeah, it is strange then if the cardinal directions work just fine. It is strange then how during the equinoxes, for all the people on a meridian, the sun rises due east, right? At the same time, for all the people on that meridian.
Okay, but I can take a light and hang it over a table and move it around. Again, I can do all of this on a table.
Yeah, can you
You've yet
have
to show me any proof of roundity for the Earth, man, in a way that it's indisputable.
Can you have people surround a chandelier and everybody in the room points at the chandelier and you have a whole bunch of people in the room all pointing in the same direction even though they're surrounding the chandelier?
Yeah, you can do it on, again, top of a table, which is a flat surface. So all this works over the top of a table. And
So
you say that it
over the
doesn't, but
top
then you
of the
just
so you're telling me that over the top of a table you can place a light bulb and then have a line of people on that top of that table all pointing towards that light bulb, and that line is parallel for all those people?
Bro, you've obfuscated from like 5 different questions. I still don't know how
Show me
the
a
Earth became a
diagram.
globe
Show me
other
a
than you
diagram.
think it is because somebody
Show me a
said it could
diagram.
be. You're
Show me a
presuming
diagram
something
on a
that nothing
tabletop.
you offered me measures. Bro, you're presuming something that nothing that you offered measures the thing you're talking about at any point.
Well, you
So
said
you're just
cardinal
saying it
directions
exists
work
to
just
say it
fine.
exists to say it exists.
You said cardinal directions work just fine on a flat table. So if that's true, then how can you
Yeah.
explain the fact that during the equinox the sun, rises and sets due east and due west for all those people on that meridian?
Does the sun determine the shape of the surface of Earth?
It just gives you a clue about the geometry of it, right?
No, it doesn't, because there's optical illusions at distance. So that right there throws everything out the window.
You think the sun is an optical illusion?
I said there's optical illusions at a distance.
Do you think the sun is an optical illusion?
When the sun starts setting, is that at a distance? Yes. Is the sun appearing to go below the land an optical illusion? Yes. Are you a moron? Yes.
So the fact that everybody sees it set in the same direct cardinal direction on a meridian across the entire flat Earth, that's an optical illusion?
That's the definition of a sunset. It's an optical illusion. It's where the sun appears to go below the horizon, but it appears. That's optical, not physical.
What's the
So
mechanism
again,
that
you're back
makes
to being
that
a moron.
sunset for everyone on that meridian in the same cardinal direction? How does that work?
How does what work? You're supposed to be showing me where the proof of the round Earth is. Where's that at?
I just mentioned one of them. The fact that the sun rises and
You
sets
said the sun.
due east and due
The
west
sun doesn't
during the
make
equinox for all
doesn't make
observers.
land move into a shape. Shut up. The sun doesn't
And then
make
for the
land
rest of
move
the
into
year,
a shape. The
And then
sun
for the
doesn't
rest
make the
of
land move into a shape, so that's not the cause. So where are we at now?
and then for the rest of the year, you can use that same exact model to calculate the sunrise and sunset for all locations on the Earth. Something that flat earthers have never been able to do and demonstrate, right?
I don't. Okay, I don't need the Earth to be a shape to look at the sky and go, oh, look, in spring sun's going to come up from there, and the winter it's going to come up from there. I don't need any of that. So now you're just
I mean,
lying.
you can use that to predict it for any random spot on the Pacific Ocean where nobody lives, right? You could just randomly sail a boat out to the middle of the Pacific, and you'll be able to calculate the sunrise and sunset time without anyone
Yeah,
ever
but
having
that
been on
that
that one
doesn't.
spot on the ocean.
Okay, how does an optical illusion in the sky prove the Earth is
Well, you're
round?
the one that's claiming it's an optical illusion. You haven't demonstrated it to be an optical illusion.
I,
That's just a claim. That's just a claim that that's
I'm the
something that's a
only
major part
one
of
reading
our
the
reality.
defin-
You're robotic again.
I'm the only one reading the definitions as is.
I mean, if you want to say the sun is an optical illusion, you're gonna have to prove that. You can't just assert it and then run away with it as the
I didn't say
explanation for
the
why it
sun
doesn't
was
work
an
on a flat
optical
Earth.
illusion. Bro. Moron. Listen. I didn't say the sun was an optical illusion. You clearly can't listen. So maybe just stop while you're not listening?
I mean, I asked you why how can the sun set and rise for all the people on a meridian in the same cardinal direction at the same time, and you said it's because of it's an optical illusion. That's literally what you said. I
Bro,
didn't
I
say it.
said
You're
the
the one that said
sun
it.
appearing to go below. Bro. I said the sun appearing to go below the surface of the earth. That's optical illusion. You don't even know what the hell I said.
I asked you, how is it that on a flat Earth the sun can rise and set on on the same cardinal direction for all observers on a meridian at the same
Yeah, and
time?
I asked
And
you
you
for
said,
proof.
the sun is
Yeah,
an optical illusion.
before we got to your obfuscation. Before we got to your obfuscation, I asked you where the earth proves sphericity, right? Where pre 13, 14, 15, 1600s, where is that proven? You keep giving me things that don't prove what you're saying. You're just repeating it like it's true, but you don't even know where I can go on earth to find it.
To observe that the sun rises due east and due west on the equinox for all observers on a meridian? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the sun goes out of sight and comes into sight. That has nothing to do with surface shape, bro. That has to do with that thing being in the sky.
You have to have a very unique geometry to be able to show how
You
you can
say,
essentially have
prove
a,
that.
what do you mean?
Yeah, prove that. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. It has to have a certain geometry. Prove your geometry. Prove where it comes from without pointing to other crap that doesn't prove it. The sunlight works on a table, the water hole, the North Pole, all of this works on a table. So none of anything you brought up works solely on a square or a triangle or Tyrannosaurus Rex shaped Earth, right? None of it is exclusive.
All right, show me how the sun can rise in the same direction for everyone that's on a line on a flat Earth in the same parallel direction for all that. If everyone on that line was pointing at the sun, they'd all be pointing in the same parallel direction on a flat Earth. How would that work? With a light bulb on the table of your flat Earth. How would that over the table of your flat Earth? How would
Again,
that work?
you're making a claim. You don't even know what you're talking about, but you're making a claim and then telling me to debunk a claim that doesn't even prove anything yet. I'm still waiting for the proof part.
What do you mean? You don't think
Where's
that
the
that's
proof
true?
of Earth's
You
rotundity?
don't think?
No, pointing to something that has nothing to do with shape, man.
Of course it does. The geometry of that shape is what
The
allows an
stuff that
observation to
okay, so the
manifest in
bird in the
reality.
sky flies around. Okay, so I can't throw a paper airplane over the top of a flat table and have lift and fall and all that? Or does it work the same over a flat surface?
Like I said, I don't know what a bird or a paper airplane has to do with it,
So it
because
works.
people on the entire meridian of the flat Earth can see the sun at the same time. They can't. People that live on a meridian can't see a bird all at the same time, or a paper airplane at the same time, but they can't see the sun at the same time. So I don't know why you would bring those into it. I mean, you make it seem like the sun isn't a major part of our reality.
No, bro, you're using the sun to say, "Oh, look, the Earth is a shape." That's not how measuring stuff works. That's not how determining shapes work. That's called pseudoscience.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
Yeah, I know you don't
you
know
guys
how
don't.
the
You
Earth
guys
is
don't. You don't think
proven to
it's a
be
problem that
round.
the
I know.
Cuddles, you don't think it's a
I'm
problem
waiting for
that
you to
there's no.
shut up.
You don't think it's a problem that you guys don't have a map, but the map that we present to you, no one has managed to debunk the distances on it and say no, that Google Earth distances are bullshit. They don't actually work. You
Yeah,
don't think that's a problem,
obfuscate
Cuddles?
some more away from proving how the Earth became a globe. Who proved
That's one
it?
of the. That's one of the things that proved it. When Magellan sailed the entire circumnavigated the Earth, it reinforced the. Not to mention that when Columbus did it, right?
Oh, okay. So I take an
You don't think you
electromagnet. I
don't
got
think
a 15. Okay. I got you. So I got a 15-foot table from side to side. It's a round table. I set an electromagnet in the middle. I take a compass. I build one of those little train tracks in a circle around the electromagnet. I turn the power on the electromagnet. I set a compass on the train track on a little train, and I let the train go around in circles. The compass continues to point towards the electromagnet as the train is going in circles around the table. Does that now mean that the flat surface of the table is a ball?
you're just describing the AE map and all the problems that you run into with
I'm
all the distances
describing
of the
reality.
continents. Well, no, because it's not reality,
I'm
because that's what you
describing
have no map.
reality.
The AE map cannot explain the distances between all the continents in the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
That's the reason why it had to be abandoned. So you can't just say, "Oh, you can just
Okay.
put a magnet in the middle and have people going around a circle around the magnet." No, it doesn't work that way, because we know that when we plot the respective distances between things on the outside of that circle, none of the distances work.
Okay, so that's a no that the Earth doesn't become a globe because the table's flat.
Because you guys cannot produce any kind of a flat map that has the scale and
Yeah.
distances correct on it.
Obfuscate. Go ahead.
That's not
Obfuscate some more.
obfuscation. That's
I
just
asked you for
reality.
proof
You don't
because
think
you keep asserting something. I
you
keep
don't think
asking
that
you
if
for
we
proof because
lived
you keep asserting and you keep not proving it.
you don't think that on a flat Earth, one of the biggest immediate if we really live on a flat Earth, we've been lied to about the globe. One of the immediate easy debunks would be that the distances that are on Google Earth would not be possible to be on a flat Earth, right? Immediately we would know that those distances would have to be wrong. Like all the shortcut routes that you can make from Australia, from like South America to Australia to Southeast Asia to Africa, the Middle East, Europe, going all the way around, you would never be able to consolidate all those distances to work on a flat Earth and a globe at the same time. It would have to be one or the other, right?
You're making claims, and I've asked you a question.
There
Like
are
the
no
magnet
claims.
on the table
It's
with the
not
compass.
disputed.
Does the table become a ball because I went in a circle around the
No,
magnetic declination point?
it becomes a ball because
No,
the
it doesn't.
distances when you plot to scale the distances of these continents on your little circle AE map, then those distances don't correspond to what we observe in reality. That's why it
Yeah,
doesn't
I know.
work.
You verified all this. I know, because you travel so much to do it.
I mean, you don't think that someone would have noticed by now that the globe distances are wrong?
I just told you with an electromagnet and a little train set on a table that the magnetic declination doesn't prove the shape of Earth.
We're not
But
talking
you
about the
keep trying to
magnetic
say
declination. We're
keep
talking about
trying to say
distances
that it
between
does.
points.
And
We're
I
not
asked
talking about
how,
we're
and
not
you
talking
still can't tell me.
we're not talking about the location of a magnet or the magnetic field or how a compass works. We're just talking about distances between points. And you should be embarrassed that you have to keep bringing up this magnet on a circle when we're just talking about the relative distances to points, right?
The
One
magnet
one
on
set
a
of points,
circle to say the Earth
one
was a
set of
globe,
points,
dude.
one set of
You
points is
used
on is
Magellan
okay. Now you're
and
gonna
Earth in a circle.
yeah, but that has nothing to do with magnetism. What does that have to do with magnets and
I
magnetism?
know
I
magnetism
talked
has
about
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I know. That's what I
distances,
proved.
but I'm talking about the distances to circumnavigate the globe. I'm not talking about magnetic directions.
Yeah, you
So
need
I don't know why you're
actual
bringing up.
data.
I don't know why you're bringing up a magnet. What actual data? You don't think that people sail and fly the Earth every single day and use tools that project it on, whether you're using ForeFlight as a pilot or using nautical navigation software on a boat? You don't think that people realize that those distances are correct? That's why there's no flat Earth map. Don't you understand? That's why there'll never be a flat Earth map. That's why I said I'd give $5,000 right away for any flat Earth map that you can put on a flat table and apply a scale to it and use a ruler and be able to measure the relative distances between any points on that map and have it correspond to reality. That map will never be produced. That's why you guys don't have one.
Naval maps don't work, right?
No, there's no flat naval map that you could put on a table that's not going to distort the distances over the entire Earth, right?
What do you mean distort? Maps don't distort. Maps are just for scale.
Any flat map will have a distortion in some direction, right? Depending on
How does
how
the map
on
distort
how the
reality?
projection is centered. Yeah,
You're saying that the map will distort reality. Is that correct?
Any flat map that's trying to project the accurate distances to scale of distances that are actually on a sphere is going to be distorted in one direction, right? That's why when you look at the
tell that
AE
to the
map,
Navy. The Navy's maps are just fine, and they're all flat, and none of them are round, and none of them
that's
talk
not
about globe.
true. They have
None
sector
of them
maps.
talk about globe.
They have, if you go back to the days of flat maps, and Wolfie 6020 did a whole presentation on it, looking at old nautical maps, right, and how they correspond to the sphere, right? They're all projections. They even tell you on the map, which side is distorted and which direction the map is distorted, because there's no way to produce a flat map that doesn't have distortion in one dimension.
Yeah, there is. It's called LiDAR.
Go LiDAR. What are you talking about? We're talking about physical maps, right? Go ahead and show me a physical map then of the
You said
continent
producing a
arranged.
map. LiDAR
why you don't have
produces
a
a
map.
physical map that you can print out. Are you retarded? You don't know how technology
Okay,
works.
so show me the LiDAR map of the flat Earth that has all the correct distances to scale on the flat Earth, where I can measure the distance between the continents and have it be accurate from any direction.
He's waiting, Cuddles.
Bro. When you don't have the globe, you just have Earth, right? When you don't have Narnia, you just have reality. You keep trying to say it's like flat Earth. It's like, bro, but where's the curvature? I can use a magnet in the company that doesn't prove shape and doesn't make the table a ball.
You're full on
You're
roboting.
roboting,
So
man.
your whole Magellan scale, then you had a compass at the ball doesn't
Cuddles,
even
fix your
track,
internet. We can't
bro.
hear you. You're roboting.
I know you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Did you not hear us? You're roboting. We didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, your magnetic declination doesn't prove a shape when I can do it on a flat table. So the shape
Nobody
goes out
said
the
nothing
window
about
with the
magnetic
magnet.
declination,
There
Cuddles.
goes Magellan.
Nobody said anything about it.
Yeah, that was Magellan, bro. You're a moron. You're not even listening. That was Magellan. Magellan sailed the ocean. He used magnetic declination to go, oh, the Earth's a ball. So you're a liar. It's not hard to prove you to be a liar, though, Left Lane. Oh, my God.
Even to address the distances.
Bro, I'm not having a problem with any of the distances. You are. You're wanting me to fix your problem. I don't have that problem because I don't live in an imagination.
I mean, if you put your map flat on the table, you'll have that problem. But
But naval maps are all flat and they're just fine. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're hem-hawing over nothing.
Yeah, show me a naval map that has all the continents on it that doesn't immediately tell you in the border which direction is distorted.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and break into top secret facility. I'll be right the fuck back. You retarded?
Okay, so they're all naval maps are top secret. How do you know about them then?
Bro, you're talking about one with everything in it. That one might be. Yes, it actually might be.
Okay, so you just said that this map exists though, but you said it might be now. So does it exist or doesn't it exist?
Bro, you told me to go get a map with everything on it, which would most likely from the Navy be a top secret map, which you understand clearance is here. So then now you're saying that the map doesn't exist because I can't get my hands on it. That doesn't make any sense.
You said naval maps work fine.
You're saying this map exists, but
Yeah,
you don't even
naval
know.
maps that are on board naval vessels work just fine. You're wanting me to get one big map, and there isn't. It's not how naval maps are set up, bud. So you obviously clearly still don't know what you're talking about, as usual.
To be clear, you don't even know if that naval map exists, though. Like, you don't know.
Well, let's be clear.
that exists,
Something
or-
that we can't prove, I'm just gonna prove the globe, man.
Well, that's what you're doing with
1400.
naval
Where did it
maps. You're
come
just
from?
and guessing. You're
Where
just
did the
during that
globe
naval map
come
and
from
supposing it exists,
pre-NASA,
right?
man? He never answered the damn question. He's been obfuscating for 30 minutes. Are you gonna answer it for him?
Or he did. He answered his like inductive reasoning.
No, he didn't. He said
Yeah, he
Magellan,
said
magnetic
inductive reasoning
declination is where
earlier.
the
Yes,
surface comes
inductive
from, and
reasoning. Yes.
I proved with the tabletop and magnetic declination that it doesn't prove the shape of the surface of the Earth, so you're a liar. So where's the proof? Something I can't debunk. Crickets.
Cuddleton, master
Fascinating.
debunker.
I just showed you with the table how that doesn't make the table round, so then that doesn't make the Earth round. Ta-da!
You could put a magnet on a table and put a string around it, and that proves that the Earth is flat.
It doesn't prove that it's a globe, that's for sure.
The distances
If
prove
I
that
hang
it's a
it,
globe.
if
That's
I
why
hang
there's no
a
flat
show
map that has the
magnet,
correct distances. And then you talked about some naval map that works fine. I said, okay, show me the flat naval map that has all the correct distances and proportions to all the different points on that map. And you said, oh, that's top secret. You think I can get that? That's probably locked up somewhere
yeah.
down
Let
by
me just walk
the
in.
ark,
Let me
Indiana
just walk
Jones's
into
ark.
the control room. Let me just walk into the control room in the ship that I don't live on, in the military that I'm not a part of, and grab you something that I'm not allowed to touch. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Let's
how
see how
do you know
stupid
the
you can
naval
be.
map works just fine then?
I have something that. That's the problem. Why invoke its existence if you don't know it?
Bro, you guys keep invoking shape, and I ask you how it's that shape, and you lose your minds. You don't have an actual explanation. That's so sad.
Well, I would say the best explanation for the sun rising in the east on the equinox from everywhere on Earth is the globe explanation.
Yeah,
Today's
but he said it's an
I
optical
do.
illusion.
Yeah, we got to this already, Matthew. So my question was, where pre-NASA do you have unrebuttable proof that Earth's surface is round in any way, shape, or form? And
You
he
mean
keeps
spherical?
obfuscating. He keeps obfuscating to things that don't show a shape in any way, like magnetic declination. That doesn't
I never,
prove the
Yeah,
shape.
so it's the best
I never brought
explanation
up
for
magnetic.
seasons and moon phases
You
and
brought up
sunsets.
Magellan. Magellan
Yeah,
carried a compass with him, bro. He used
I
magnetic
brought up Magellan
declination
as an
to
example.
circumnavigate the world. He used magnetic declination. You moron.
I brought up Magellan when he said, "Well, how did people know that it was a sphere?" I said, "We confirmed it was a sphere when people started circumnavigating the world like Magellan." I never brought up magnets or magnetism or compasses or
He
anything.
used it to
All right, but don't call
circumnavigate. So
names,
you're
though.
so you're
Cuddles,
you're
cuddles. Don't call names, please.
what?
I said don't call names.
Let him cook, Jeremy.
Moderate
Man,
then. How about that?
I did. I just did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
did.
told
He
you. I
Been
asked
told
you
you
going
to
on
not to
not
call
call
40
names.
names.
minutes.
Well, I just got here. I don't know. Do you get pulled over for speeding and then say, "But officer, that guy and that guy was speeding too, bro"? I got you. Just don't call names, dude.
I don't even know what the hell pulled over means, bro.
I know. Just don't call names. Carry on.
Magellan used magnetic declination to circumnavigate the world. He had a compass in his hand on a ship. Navigator had probably two. So that still doesn't prove sphericity.
Yeah, you asked about before NASA. I would say before NASA, the globe explanation was still the best explanation for things we observe, like sunsets and moon phases and seasons.
Yeah, I tell you a story about how
Or even just
leprechauns come into
moving,
existence and everybody believes it.
Well, yeah, I'm
So
talking
or
then
about
even
stuff
just
that
like
works.
looking
somebody
at
asks
this,
you,
So leprechauns are akin to the
or
seasons
even
and the
just looking
phases
at
of the
the
moon.
stars as you, or even just looking at the stars as you move up and down latitude, like watching the fucking stars shift position and rotate around you like a sphere, gives you some indication of the shape of the thing that you're standing on.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It's the best
The
explanation.
measurements of the surface give you the shape.
No, they don't.
You
It's
don't
too hard
have
to tell
those
because
though.
it's so big. We don't have it because it's too hard to get those. It's too hard to distinguish whether it's flat or a globe
Oh,
based
great.
on just.
All right, so I'm going to go into the movie theater. I'm going to stare at the ceiling, and I'm going to tell you the shape of the entire movie theater from that one room. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you're in your bedroom and you look at your ceiling, you probably get a pretty good shape of the square footage of your room. In
Right,
cubicle
but we
rooms,
don't
right?
have that kind of.
Yeah, we do. We can
Right,
see
but
the
the
sunset.
magnetic
We know that
declination.
it's. Yeah, the fact that the sun sets in one place but is still high in the sky somewhere else indicates that the ground is not perpendicular or not parallel in those two places. That's enough
All right,
right
so
there.
apparently some recaps we need to go back over. The very beginning, I gave them all the best stuff. So, sunset is an optical illusion where the sun appears to go below the surface of the earth or the horizon. It's an
Yeah, it appears
optical
to.
effect.
It appears to, and I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's because it
optical. So
does.
there you go. So
Wait, the
an
reason it
optical
appears to go below the
illusion.
horizon because it does. Well, you have you have a reason why it doesn't?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
Wait.
hold
Oh,
on,
isn't
hold
the
on, hold on, hold on.
horizon also? Isn't the horizon also an optical effect?
Yeah. So how does an optical effect go underneath another optical effect?
Oh, that's a good question. It's almost like one of them is being obfuscated by the other.
Yeah, it's pretty clear
Well,
that the
it's
sun
like somebody's
sets.
lying.
Nobody's lying about a sunset. Everybody knows the sun sets. Nobody's lying.
Okay, well, the sunset is an apparent thing. It's an
Right.
appearance, right? So it's an
The best
optical illusion.
explanation
So
is that it actually goes behind the Earth.
well,
I'm just saying.
illusions
When you
don't give
use
you
your, when we use our
illusions though
native
don't give you
analyze,
illusions
when
don't
we
give you exact facts about reality though. That's the problem you're running into here. You're trying to say that there's an exact fact in reality to extrapolate from something that isn't in the parameters of exact fact.
Yeah, Matthew, it sounds like we're going to see a sunset and you're going to point at the sun and say that's where the sun is. Actually, that's
100%.
you're going to say that's actually where it is.
Within a half a degree, maybe.
So you're going to say it's not there. You're going to point somewhere else and be like, it's actually over there.
Right.
We did this though, right? We did this dance like 2 days ago.
Yeah, and you still don't understand what's really going on. It sounds
You
like.
said it's an unfalsifiable claim when you do that.
Unfalsifiable. We're talking about observations, right?
Yeah, the thing you said you're going to do. You said that was unfalsifiable 2 days ago.
The observations are unfalsifiable. Everybody knows the sun sets. The explanation is what's in question. Why? What's the best explanation for what we see? The best explanation is the Earth is a globe. There's no other good explanation.
I'm just saying during a
No,
sunset.
I just gave you one.
Hold on, Cuddles. During a sunset, you're going to point to the sun and say that's where the sun is, or are you going to point
Pretty
to
much
some other
like
spot?
within a degree of error, sure.
So not where we see it is. You're going to say it's somewhere else.
I'm going to say it's within a margin of error of about a half a degree of where it actually is. Yes.
Yeah. So you're not. So we're going to see it in one spot. You're going to point to a different spot and say it's actually there.
A slightly different spot. Yeah.
Yeah, different spot, which is unfalsifiable according to you.
There you go.
There you go.
Now, do you have a good explanation for why that happens? Because I do.
It could be an optical effect. I mean, you don't even know where it actually is.
Well, it's not in the sky. I mean, go outside at midnight. Why is it not? If it's above the Earth, how come I can't see it? You don't have a good explanation. I do.
We've made a light disappear. Line of sight. No moving anything. Nobody moved the light or the camera. We made a light disappear, dude.
With some fancy lenses or what?
No, I think the guy did not have a lot of money at all. It was probably just some bullshit cell phone camera. I'm not sure. I don't think it was a fancy lens.
You know, Matthew brings up an interesting point. I'm wondering when the sun isn't in the sky, does it like go underground? Does it go to visit like somebody into their house or what?
When I'm in California, when the sky at midnight, when the sun is not visible in my sky, it's high above the horizon in India, for example.
Well, the last time I checked, right, like high altitude balloons and all that fun stuff, even flying on planes myself, traveling, the sun is always in the sky. It is never out of the sky. So I think you got a misconception going on here, bud.
Are you saying when you lift yourself above the thing that's obfuscating your view of something, you can see it again? Astounding.
Well, when you get above the surface and elevation with like high altitude balloons, you see the sun on. Well, it's over there,
Almost
right?
like-
But you haven't
almost
gone over a curve, and you can't see behind a curve, right? Because the curve is actual physical obstruction in front of your line of sight. So if I go up 200,000 feet and I see the sun over Australia, where's the glob at?
Well, if you're going up, you're changing your angle of view in relation to that object, that obfuscation, right? All of a sudden you
Right.
can
But there's
see around.
no.
All of a sudden you can see on the other side of the mountain.
There's no amount of elevation that's going to make the sun that should be on the other side of the earth, right? Opposite of me. There's no amount of elevation that's going to allow me to get up high enough in the sky to see the sun over Australia. But that's what I get every time I look at these high altitude balloons. So I see the sun where it's supposed to be over the surface of an earth that doesn't globe.
Sure. If you're on the exact opposite side or whatever, yeah, you wouldn't be able to.
Well, no, I go up where I'm at, right? So I'm in the States, in Australia and all that's on the other side. So I go up to 210.
Right, using the word exact.
Hold on, don't
And I
interrupt.
see the
Please
sun.
don't. Hold on,
So I see the sun.
Moderator Cooper, please don't interrupt. Let's let everyone finish. I'm moderating, Cuddles. Did you hear that?
Thank you. It's a good save, buddy.
About time you did your job.
So I go up to 210,000 feet, right? And I see the sun. Where'd the globe go?
you want to give some details, Cuddles, and we'll analyze it live?
Well, yeah, the sun is not over where I'm at, right? In Texas. It's on the other side of the earth. For Texas, it's nighttime, like, 2, 3 in the morning. So I go up to 210,000 foot with my balloon, and I see the sun over Australia. Now, there's no amount of elevation that's going to make me see through the earth. So how is that possible?
Do you have a
You
video?
can see the sun at 2 o'clock in the morning from Texas.
I can at 210,000 feet. Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can, because I've got the damn video.
Yeah, post the video, Cuddles. We'll analyze it.
Bro, y'all have already seen it. It's been passed around 1,000 times.
I haven't.
High elevation balloons set up at night in the States. You see the sun over yonder.
So
6
But-
hours
I've
later,
never
according to
seen one of
Cuddles,
these balloon- I've never seen one of these balloon videos even be done at
according to
night.
Cuddles, you can get high enough to see the sun. If you stay up there, you could see it for 24 hours, right, Cuddles?
If you stay in the sky long enough, I would presume so, yes. At 200, yeah,
Oh,
about
boy,
200,000
that's
feet ought to do
interesting.
it.
So you're going to post it, Cuddles? He's going to talk shit.
Bro, you're wanting me to go grab a high altitude video for you when you could literally just do it for yourself?
You post a
No,
you
we're
must have a
saying we don't
YouTube you
believe
put
you.
it on, right? Can you just give us the
I
name of
know
the
you
YouTube
don't
channel?
believe me, bro. But see, the thing is all
mean-
I did was ask for proof of the globularness of Earth, and nobody can do it in the 13, 14, 15, 1600s. It's not until NASA that it goes, oh, well, we know because of Neil Armstrong.
No, it's because the
You've made a
sun sets,
claim.
which has been happening for all of
Yeah,
human
an
history.
optical illusion happens. That doesn't prove shape. And it's an
You've
illusion,
made a
so it's
claim,
not
Cuddles,
real.
about a balloon from
But
Texas where you
sunsets
can
are
see the
real.
sun when it's Australia. Show us that video.
Bro,
I want to see.
the optical illusion is the sun going below the surface. That's the illusion
Yes.
part.
How
It's
No,
still
that's
in the
correct.
sky
I'm gonna
above
play
the
the
surface.
I'm gonna
If I
play the
go over to the
antagonist here.
zenith, if I go to
I'm
where
gonna-
the sun is at its zenith and I look up, it's not under the earth, so it's still in the sky.
How can you confirm whether or not you seeing the sun in the sky at a high altitude over the states isn't an optical illusion? Have you accounted for that?
Well, the sun isn't an illusion, so there you go.
Well, why
Well,
is
I
it
mean,
an
things at a
illusion when
distance,
it's
right?
going below the horizon, but not when it's in the sky? Rupee, you got a little bit of scratching and rolling around. Sounds like a hamster.
Me?
Yeah, you quit ruffling all those papers.
Yeah, all right, one sec.
Yeah, you got road noise or something coming through.
Is that me?
No, but you see what I'm saying, Cuddles? Like, how can you verify that that wasn't an optical illusion?
Well, it is because you're saying, right? That's the thing. So all of it is because you're using optics to look at it, and then there's what you call atmospheric lensing. So that's going to contribute to any optical illusions over distance, and the sun is traveling away from me. It's creating distance, which is going to amplify all illusions that are optical.
I'm thinking you're just saying any damn thing that comes to mind.
I know. You think you thinking, but you're not.
So do you have this video, Cuddles?
Google says when the sun is observed setting, appearing to touch the horizon, it is already below the horizon. So in the globe paradigm, watching the sunset is an optical illusion. So there's
Yes.
no point in
And you-
arguing. There's no
Yes,
point in
in the-
arguing
in the
that it
ground.
can be an optical illusion on the flat Earth.
Yes, when the ground swallows up the sun, that is an optical illusion. Yes, everyone agrees.
Right. So then the sun doesn't prove the shape. Cool.
there's the optical illusion is created by something real, right? There's something happening there.
Yeah. Atmospheric lensing.
That thing is called obstruction.
What obstruction? I can still see sunlight, bro. When the sun sets, I still see light. That's not an obstruction.
I take a spotlight and I shine it at a fucking wall. You can still see it shining off the wall.
Okay. So you live in Japan or something? Because if the sun's going down here, I want you to point to the obstruction.
And it should, it should block the light. You should have a Terminator line racing across the sky at like 1,000 miles an hour. Basically the same speed as the sun passing overhead because of the occlusion from the actual physicality of the Earth. But we don't see that. We see lingering light for way longer.
Does light hit air?
Have you ever seen the Belt of Venus?
No, I've never been there. Sorry. What taxi did you use? Is there an airline that'll take me? Because, bro, I'm ready. I got my bag packed. Don't tease me.
No, that's Earth's shadow coming up in the east when the sun is setting in the west.
So on Venus, you're seeing a shadow of something, but the sun is above the surface. So it's above the thing that you're seeing the shadow of on the thing that's above the sun.
No, you're screwing it all up.
You got Earth, right? And then going up in elevation, then you have sun, and then you keep going up in elevation away from Earth, and you have Venus. So you've got the sun in between us. So how did the Earth's shadow get there?
Why do we entertain these people? Honestly.
Well, I mean, you guys didn't prove the whole roundity of Earth bit, you know? Well, Earth is round. Cool. How do I know that? Well, Magellan, right? Magnetic declination over the surface. Cool. So I got a flat table, electromagnet, and a compass. I turn on the electromagnet. I move the compass around the electromagnet in a circle, in a square, in any shape. And oh, look, the table doesn't start becoming a different shape because I've moved the compass. So compass doesn't prove shape. Running around the Earth using magnetic declination doesn't prove shape of Earth. So what does?
Induction.
You don't have curvature in water either, right? So we don't have that. Or celestial navigation wouldn't work at all.
Says a flirt that has
As
never
the guy
done the process.
who's been studying celestial navigation for quite a bit now.
For longer than you, Ruby.
The zero line. The zero line, or your artificial horizon line, is a straight line. Straight lines don't bend either, bud.
Solve McToon's challenge.
I don't want to talk to him.
McToon can't even solve his own
Don't
challenge.
talk to him. Just solve it. Send it to me.
McToon can't even solve his own challenge.
Yeah.
I can solve the challenge. Now, you're an expert in celestial navigation, Cuddles. You should be able to do it easily, but you can't.
I'm okay. I can get to my best friend's house with the stars. You know, that's okay.
Okay. Can you get a fix from the sightings that McToon gave?
Perhaps. I just don't. I'm not going to look at it.
Of course you're not.
Because last challenge you guys put up. Look, when I started out in all of this in the debate scene, you guys put up a couple of challenges. Dude showed up, proved you wrong, and nobody paid him. So I'm good. I don't trust you guys.
Cuddles. Doesn't matter if it's a fake challenge. I don't care.
I don't trust you, so I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
It's really that
so
simple,
I'm
bro.
going to conclude from that you're full of shit. As
I know.
everyone else in the room
You're going to be gay and say something weird. Yeah, I know.
I think that balloon video exists.
Don't call names.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Does the balloon video exist, Cuddles?
Why don't flat earthers call globers
Jeremy,
blurs?
you're gonna have to help me here, bud.
If we keep it up at this pace, I might be the first flat earther to convert to a glober by the end of 2026. Because you're just not right now, Cuddles. You're not helping us out, man.
Don't have
How'd you believe you?
Earth shape. So I don't know what you're talking about. They literally lied about the optical nature of the sun, and then, oh, it's optical now. So how are they winning?
I think that's related to
Yeah,
the conversation.
crickets.
Well, I
Crickets.
also
I
have
love
a
crickets.
contractual obligation with Lockheed Martin to spread nothing but the truth. So
Nice.
Oh, so you work for the enemy.
That's crazy. Soros is paying me to be here.
dude, I heard he's paying good.
Got bennies and everything.
Damn, day one.
The irony, though, right? We've corrected these guys how many times over a decade? It's terrarium, and they still don't get it.
0 times? Was it 0?
Terrarium.
Terrarium.
Terrarium, correct. It's called a container
What do you
where
call it
gas
when you put a
pressure.
lizard in it?
Still a terrarium.
What do you call it when you put a lizard in it?
A snake.
It's a habitat, buddy. Habitats and terrariums are one and the same. Which is funny because you guys, you live in a habitat and then you want to say it's not a habitat, but it is. The irony.
I don't think anyone would say that. That would be a silly thing to say.
Bro, you think you live on something that doesn't have a lid on it, but somehow the gas pressure just doesn't walk away from you.
No, lid.
Bro, when I poke holes in the tire, it doesn't exactly just stay in the tire. So I don't have an example that'll show what you even describe about Earth, right? Where gases just don't mess off.
It's almost as if some force were holding them in.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're contained because they can't go away from, the area that they're in.
I agree. Like it's in a well of some kind.
Well, terrarium. You get the same thing. You can create microclimates inside terrariums. We do it all the time.
No, I was making a joke. I was referencing like a gravity well.
Yeah, a weight well, huh?
Yeah.
Never seen one of those.
I thought it was a density well. Or is it an electrostatic well?
It's an anti-buoyancy well,
Hard
bro.
to
You really
say.
got to pay
So
more
many
attention.
theories.
You got to pay more attention.
Make me.
Anti-buoyancy well, Jesus, or buoyancy well.
Nice.
Anti-density buoyancy well. Take your pick. Have fun. Look, you guys wanted to go weird. Now we're weird. Now you're confused. Y'all wanted this.
Nobody's
breaking up
confused.
for anyone else?
So is Left Lane going to help that other guy that was drowning trying to prove the shape before the 1300s?
Was that Discord kicking us out again? Is it still doing that bullshit?
No, not today. It's just I got trash signal where I'm at, bro.
I think it did it to me on my end. Yesterday was bad. It was kicking us out like every 30 minutes for a minute or 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, that was every server, my man. That was every server. I was on a couple of other servers, and I came over here to see if it was happening, and it was.
So the feds were smart enough to spread it across the boards, but not make it obvious, huh?
Whoa. I mean, it kind of was.
It was, never really not worth engaging with.
It's funny though, right? Because Discord was flicking on and off like somebody's interior lights of their house, and it's like, nope, there's not a burglar here at all.
Because tech companies never have technical issues.
Well, they never create them either. To get more profits out of you. Upgrade.
What reason would you ever have to assume that they were fucking with their own service in this specific instance?
Bro, they know you're gonna come back.
Do you think that's an answer to what I just fucking said?
It's just so they know that we know that they're in control.
It's a show of force, a warning shot.
That's all it is, brother. It's those keys jingling on the hip as they walk around.
Tapping the nightstick on the glass.
That is weird. How does the janitor tell the landlord what's up?
Oops, fuck.
Man, you missed that pun? How? The FBI is literally employees of the people of the states. Janitors. Dirt.
Ambulance.
Well, you guys warmed my heart not giving you any proof for globularness, man. That's awesome. Thanks for that. What's even more funny? What's even more funny
is
is
be a safe space for you. Okay.
You've lost in court 3 times, but then you keep saying, right, like, all this is true, but then a judge in a court determined that all of that stuff isn't true. So it's kind of funny that you know better. You know better than somebody with, I guess, a bigger brain than you. That's
no idea what
That
you're
was
referencing.
Ben Garcia, right, Cuddles? Who are the other two?
Bro, Garcia had 2 cases, and there was another one after him. The one guy took the challenge. Well, the first case was the challenge that Zen Garcia put up. The guy came in, he presented his case, he lost in court, and then either him or his buddy came back to do it again because they thought, now I've solved it, and now I have the correct evidence, and they lost. And then the second guy came in and challenged again.
What is he referring to? An actual court case, or what is he talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So Zen Garcia had a challenge for, I think it was either 5 or 15, can't remember. Bring 2 pieces of evidence for the Globe, and this guy Bill Thompson just wrote 2 computer programs. One was about seeing the sunset, multiple times as you go up in an elevator. The other one was about how a bridge would be, further apart at the top than it would be at the base. He did not bring any real world evidence. He just brought computer programs. He didn't go out and test whether the bridge was wider at the top than it was at the bottom. He didn't go and test the sunset thing, so he lost. He should have lost because he's a fucking idiot.
That sounds fair.
Well, yeah, but that sounds like every debate here with you Globers. Because I've been asking for almost an hour now for evidence that I can't rebut, that is not easy to rebut, right? It's at least non-rebuttable evidence. That'd be good. Because then that'd actually meet the standard of evidence, right? Non-rebuttable means it's a fact. It's real simple.
So this guy was basically participating in like an online challenge, and then thought he should have won the money and sued for it. Is that what? Is that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he lost.
Yeah, well, he should get fucked on that. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't meet the rules of the challenge. So yeah.
Yep, makes sense.
Right. Right, but nobody's gonna take like, dude. I told you guys years ago. Rufus remembers this. I'll teach any of you guys how to do proper procedure in court. Just take Cuddles to court, buddy. I want to see your evidence. I'll show you how to file your case, how to move the court, how to do everything. Let's go.
No thanks. I'll take a lawyer.
Yeah, you're a what are they
I
called?
mean,
Sovereign citizen.
he's
Right,
gonna take over your case instead of help you. What?
I don't suppose you're a
Yeah,
lawyer.
just like
What
my
dictionary is
mechanic
that
takes
from?
over. Yeah, that's just like my mechanic takes over my car repair. Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, he does. Yes, but the lawyers aren't
So we-
supposed to take over your case.
We're supposed to
That's the
represent you,
difference.
right? And they're professionals that you hire to represent you.
You've never studied law at all, have you?
No, you have the right to counsel. Bro. The law is simple. You have the right to counsel. Counsel isn't
I don't
somebody
wanna-
doing your job for you and
I
testifying
immediately
for you.
regret
That's
engaging
them
in illegal
telling you how to do things. Right, but counsel is telling you how to do things. So they're not allowed to do it for you. That's just in the word counsel.
When I don't want to have this conversation with you.
No, it's just a one word you seem to have wrong.
I surrender. I surrender. I yield. All right.
I'm more than happy to take it to court with one of you Globers. Hell, all of you Globers. Let's go.
Yeah, formalize it and I'll do it.
Bro, I have to teach you. Because the question is which one of us is going to file? Is it going to be me filing or you?
No, you put up the challenge, right? I'll submit an entry. You will obviously deny it. Then I'll take you to court.
No, I'm just trying to go straight in, right? So your claim is that the Earth is a globe, and this guy's spreading propaganda as a flat earther. That'll work. I like that.
But it's kind of, that's going into weird territory. That's really like treading into weird territory, isn't it? Because it's like, unless you guys have a contractual, agreement on something, like suing somebody for a challenge because they don't pay you and you think that you met all the requirements for the challenge, it's kind of like trying to enforce people to do what they say. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's kind of weird.
No, it's like trying to force someone to honor the contract. If you agree to pay someone to do a service.
Yeah, but it's a fucking internet challenge from
those
Nicktoon.
requirements, you should pay.
It's not like a contract for a job,
It's a form.
It is a contract, yes.
It is a contract.
You're roboting Cooper. Only heard half of that.
I mean, we could have fun, right? You guys, you don't have to attack it just from a prize perspective. You could go after me for slander for saying that you're a moron because you believe in the globe, right? And then you come to court and prove your globe and then prove it's slander and you win. Ta-da! It's real easy, man. What's that? You guys,
Cuddles
not
for
so
legal
many
advice,
big brains
please,
over
Jack.
there.
Yeah, but
Legal and free
that's
legal
not an
advice from Cuddles.
actionable thing. It's just
It's libel, bro. It's libel or slander. It'll work. At least it's a suable
no,
offense.
that would not meet the the criteria for slander. You would have to be done with either knowing that you're lying or what's the other? There's another test. There's 3 tests for slander.
No.
I forget 2 of them. But
No. That's at court level, bro. Outside, if I go, hey, look, all Globers are morons, and then 10 Globers want to sue me for slander, I literally did say something that was negative towards them. So from their prerogative,
what's slander.
it would be slander. The court would have to determine
just you
whether
saying
or not
mean
there's
things.
evidence to support that.
So it's presumed slander until the court says otherwise. Is that how
From
that
his
works?
perspective, yes, that's the thing. This is how lawsuits get settled. Somebody thinks somebody got, damaged by someone else. They take them to court. They find out that, oh, nothing got, nobody did anything wrong. Okay, whoops. It happens all the time.
I think
You
the
guys
argument
act
is
like
that
this isn't
you're
normal.
allowed to. I think the argument I'm making is that you're allowed to say that. Like you're allowed to call people dumb. Don't f me. That's true. You dummy.
I mean, I'm not the greatest at everything, so sure, fine. Dumb just means I don't know something yet, though.
That's what dumb people
You think
say.
that addresses the point I was making? Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're not going to court, man. And I'm trying to get you there. I want you to win so bad, but I know you're not gonna.
Run a challenge,
Then
Cuddles. Run
do
a challenge.
something. Then do something that's actionable.
I did. I just demonstrated 30 minutes ago how the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, that wouldn't be actionable in a courtroom. No court would take that on. They'd be like, "This is just falls under his free speech. There are no damages. Case dismissed."
You
Like the guy in
say.
Florida calling out NASA, right?
Discord shit the
Puddles, why
bed.
wouldn't you just do everything certified mail instead of going to court?
I think Cuddles is dropping too many truth bombs. In the Discord overlords getting cranky.
That came through. I thought everything was stuck silent.
Yeah. Still haven't seen this high altitude balloon footage from Cuddles. Yeah, Cuddles. Dude.
Is there something wrong with my connection or nobody talking?
Nobody's talking. I think there's been a few people drop out though because of Discord.
Oh, this many people and no talking?
Yeah, well, Cuddles promised us a video, high altitude balloon footage from Texas where he could see the sun when it was over Australia. I'm just curious if he has that video. Oh, he's gone. PhD's nuts is one of the greatest usernames of all time. Oko's Abortion Emporium. Ah. Rico's. We still haven't parallaxed the moon, Broseph.
Who killed the chat?
That'd be you.
Can't have been. I wasn't here. Quick question for you: Is anyone else's app store on the iOS devices down, or is it just mine?
Let me check. No, mine's fine.
I thought that
Rubbish.
iOS was only for geriatrics now.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I used to be an Android boy, and I used to love all the customization and all that. And I just got sick of it after a while. I just wanted to work, which it's not, obviously, right now.
I did that for well over a decade too, but then I got bored of that. No, I look at blueprints all the time, so I got a Z Fold, and it's so convenient.
We got one of those yuppie Samsung folding phones things.
Yeah, brah.
You and Gio are gonna get on like a house on fire, mate. He loves that thing.
I do too. I'm on my second. I'll never get anything different, most likely. I mean, I said that about the iPhone too, but I didn't think it was amazing.
Do you find that it replaces your computer habits, or whatever you try to normally get done on a computer, you can now do it on a slightly bigger screen with more real estate? So less computer time, essentially?
Yeah, for sure. Being a business owner and being out on the road a lot, yeah, I wind up doing, PDF work and signing documents and marking up prints to send out stuff a lot. I'll do a lot more email on it than I would have done on the other phone. And it's like, I would prefer to go to my PC anyway, but if I'm on the move, I have no issues doing it on the phone because it's big enough.
What about you, Ruhif? Are you a yuppie as well?
Define yuppie.
Oh, I don't know. It's just derogative term for people who like get all the latest gizmos and gadgets.
I bought a bowling machine last week. It should arrive end of this week.
What's a bowling?
You rich fuck. You're just gonna go put a bowling lane in your house or something in the basement?
No, like a cricket bowling machine. So it throws
Oh,
balls
okay,
at you.
rightio. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah, cool. It's not as bad as what I was thinking. Imagine you've got a dungeon somewhere with a bowling thing in the back room. Oh, yeah, cool. You're getting really back into the cricket, eh?
Yes, but the season finished for us last week. So the other two teams are in the finals in other grades. Yeah. So hopefully I can bring it to training next week if I get it early enough.
Ruhiv, did you hear when I was having that conversation with Gio about one of the implications if we live on a flat Earth that you have to choose one of these three options, which is that on a flat Earth, if you travel continuously in any cardinal direction, then at some point you either have to hit like an insurpassable barrier, like a force field or something, or or there has to be like basically this infinite land, or maybe not
Yeah.
infinite, but just more and more like undiscovered land, or there has to
Yeah.
be a Pac-Man where you'll teleport to the other side.
Yes. Or any or all of those things. Yes.
So I
But
was
when
asking
you
him, well,
say
which one?
travel, oh, which one would you choose?
Well, as a flat earther, I feel like you'd have to make a stand on one of those, right? Like, and I was telling him, like, if I was a flat earther, I'd have to pick the infinite, like, or not the infinite, but more land, because at least more land is more consistent with reality, whereas like an impenetrable force field or a Pac-Man world would be kind of incompatible with anything I've ever experienced, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, but you're also putting you're asking a flat earther to commit to a view, which is, not something that they do.
yeah, it's like herding cats, trying to get them into the trap. Yeah, those stray cats
You
don't
never
want to go in
know.
your trap. There's no way to get them in
Yeah.
there. They know what it is.
Yeah. No map, no model, no predictions, blah blah blah.
I mean, stop pretending like you guys haven't got a problem with the edge of your universe as well, okay?
Yeah, but who cares about like, yeah, the universe is like, yeah, the very limits of our knowledge of like what's essentially a very nebulous thing, right? Like something that's vastly far away and distant, right? That we have no way of exploring because we can't even dream of ever even approaching the limits of that, right? Like probably not even at the pinnacle of human technology when we have the technology to traverse the cosmos, right? Whereas like, you can just you can just retire, sell your house, and get a sailboat, and then just sail the world, right? Like, and figure out whether the flat Earth map works or whether the globe Earth map works, right? Like, it's pretty different.
I was in here the other day with what I thought was the simplest, most accurate evidence because they kept,
You can't even work out why you've got that wide handle, dude. You telling us what you think? Come on, man.
It's Riggs'
I have
server.
no idea where it came from.
It is Riggs' server, and he's like, he doesn't even know where it came, and you want to tell us about reality. Okay, rightio, we'll listen, dude.
Okay, sorry, I don't know where it came from.
Hey, monkey.
Oh, I'm being unnecessarily provocative. You're welcome to continue, dude.
Okay, well, I just was going to repeat what I had said for the last hour the other day. Take a basketball, stick a pin in it, slowly twist it away from you as the pin goes away from you, and pretty soon you won't be able to see the pin, and no telescope or P9000 will bring it back into view. And every time you move, you change your horizon. So if you were to move closer to the pin, you would change your horizon and the pin would come into view, or you go higher. And it's the exact same thing. I said, a couple friends with a couple motorboats. You stand on the shore, both motorboats go out until they start disappearing. And you go, where are you? Over the hook. And then the other motorboat keeps going until it's over the horizon of the first motorboat. What's in the way?
Can we keep
If
talking
you're on
about
the water.
motorboats? I'm getting a bit of a chub.
Pardon?
Said, can we keep talking about motorboats? I'm getting a semi.
You motorboating son of a gun, dude. He probably doesn't know what motorboating is. Sorry, dude. Might be a little bit. Is it before your time or after your time? How does that work?
I'm 70, so you tell me.
That's all right. Ruhif's young in the head, so he'll he'll tell you all about it.
All right. Anyway, it was confusing them very much. I kept asking, what's in the way? If you can't see the motorboat, what's in the way? It's the curve of the earth, just like on the basketball. What's in the way of the pin? It's the curve of the basket. And it just wasn't getting through.
Well, what if the light from the image that you're looking at is just curving out of your field of perception?
Well, light and refraction and reflection and mirages all have but that doesn't mean it's not there. If you want to take your basketball in the pin and have a friend hold a glass of cloudy water with ice in it, you'll still be able to see it. It'll be blurred. It'll be off, maybe where you think it is, but you'll still see it. And then eventually, as you twist the basketball away from you, you can't see it, even with a telescope.
Yeah, and if the light bends out of the way as well, you would not be able to see it. So basketball or not basketball, light bends, which means then the image can be obstructed. So what you're essentially claiming is that, yes, a basketball will do what you're referring to, and so would the cursed surface of the Earth, but it's not unique. There are other things that may cause that, like the light bending out of your field of view. Hence the horizon, beyond your horizon, not over the horizon. That's the only difference.
Well, it happens every time with a motorboat. It happens every time with the sun. It happens every time, every day. It's
Yeah, the
all
light
over the
bends
place.
every time. Every time the light
Yeah,
bends. Fascinating, isn't it?
that might slightly change the position of it, but it's there or it's not there.
But it's not every time, right? Like we've shown pictures to you where it looks like the boats are floating in the air because it doesn't go over the curve, and then that institutes like a whole other discussion where what you think is the edge, aka the curve, isn't, because the horizon extends out even further beyond that, and that's what that picture is evidence of.
Yeah,
And
precisely.
then also,
Right? Like, so,
also you can take measurements out to the horizon, or observations, I would call them, not measurements. And it's a consensus on both sides of the argument that the distance apparently is changing. Unless you can agree on what light is doing, you have to make the claim that the horizon is changing.
It is changing.
Your perception of the horizon.
You see, no. Did you hear that, dude? You're trying to rebuttal me when one of the top Globers in here just confirmed what I said, and you didn't hear it. He said it is changing.
Top Globe. Could I get a badge for that? Top Glober?
dude, that's
Maybe
Top
I should.
10.
How do I get rid of this? What is that?
I
A
want to be
badge?
Clover.
How do I
How do you get rid of
it?
what?
Is this called a badge? This white?
No, don't help him. Don't help him.
He knows what he's doing. Troll.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
There we go.
Top
Glover.
Yeah. So like, what most Ty just brought up, right? So you can take Top Glover if you want, Ruhif. I'll give you the accolade. We'll get a roster going on, and we can all vote for who we think's the best. But what was it like? You're saying? So we've got bottom-up occlusion, and you say, well, I mean, if you're on a ball, on a basketball, you'd get bottom-up occlusion. Okay. What does it mean if you see a floating boat? Does that also mean like the boat is floating?
Well, of course not. That's called a Fata Morgana, an illusion, optical illusion, where the cool ground and the warm air and all that. That's why.
So why
Top Glover?
Why is it an? You'll get tapped in pretty soon, okay, Ruhif. But I mean, so one is a Phantom Morgana, an illusion, and the other one is absolute legitimate fact. What is it? Bottom-up obstruction, essentially, from a geometric curve. It's just
Well,
like you're picking and choosing which one represents your version of reality, and then the other one is just sort of we can explain it with bendy light, but you cannot explain bottom-up occlusion with bendy light at all, apparently. Like, just ridiculous.
And bottom up only happens near the horizon. You can see a plane that's 40 miles away, and it's not disappearing bottom up.
What?
You can see
The plane isn't disappearing bottom up when it goes over the horizon.
No,
It would actually need to be nose first. So nose up.
I didn't say going over the horizon. I said
But you did.
40 miles away in the sky. You can
That's
still
an
see the
elevated
whole.
position. It's not a description of the horizon. It's not relevant. Do you do this all the time?
Just trying
Bring
to
in
follow.
random sort of information. Oh, it's a plane in the sky. That's not the horizon.
No, it's not.
Yo, show some respect. This guy's a genius.
Okay, I'll
No,
back
I'm not
off.
an
Number
expert.
one, Glover
I'm
wanted
just
to.
playing. I'm just playing.
I'm not an expert in anything, man.
What's this tag thing again?
I don't know where I got it. Don't know what it is. Don't know how to get rid of it.
Are you sure it's
Was
not
that
contagious,
Snacks?
dude?
Was that Snacks who did that voice?
Next thing here, buddy.
No, that was me, man.
That was most
That was
high,
all me.
probably.
Real quick, can we get a moment of silence for Chuck Norris?
Oh, bro,
Guy-
we're about to rip the jokes off later. We're
Damn.
gonna do today for the next 3 weeks.
You robot
Chuck
and hard,
Norris just got to
something
Mike's
happening.
Jeremy's.
They said Chuck Norris died at 86. He's expected to make a full recovery.
Nice.
Chuck Norris didn't die. He became Bruce Jenner. I'm just kidding.
Became who? Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
I might have missed that. Chuck Norris was a crazy phenomenon, a meme phenomenon for a while there, eh? It's like early internet shit.
It's possible all the stories about him are true.
What was that one where apparently like he had sex on a car and or on a truck or something, and that truck went on to become Optimus Prime or something? That was always funny.
Yeah, they had streets named after his biceps. It was Justice Lane and Righteous Street.
It was just supposed to be a moment of silence. That's it, guys.
Yeah.
I'm in and out a little bit. I just came back to make fun of Dude, but it seems I scared him off accidentally. I thought he was a little bit
What's
more
going on in the
resilient.
chat? What's going on in the chat between Coco and the other dude?
Oh, she's a drama queen.
I think the answer is all of them, Jeremy. Oh, NASA might have got it. It's the only one that's not unique. I think you got it, NASA. Oh.
So what's unique about Shape 1, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think you got it, NASA.
What's that?
I think you got the quiz. What's unique about number one?
Yeah, I got the rest of them.
No, that's the answer. Number one,
That is the
because it's
answer.
not
Oh,
unique.
that's the answer. Okay, I love it. That's cute.
Meta.
Okay, that's bad. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, two's not
I'm gonna
doesn't have a
steal
white.
that.
Two doesn't have a white edge. Three is a square. Four is green, and five is smaller than the other. So one is different because it's not unique. Interesting.
Yeah. Gonna send that to the kids. Fucking yuck.
What's Trump done in the last couple hours?
Drop some more bombs, I would assume.
I'm afraid he's going to put some troops on those little islands in the middle of the Gulf.
How are they going to get there? Like Carg Island, right? It's fucking way up the top.
The USS America stopped off at Okinawa and loaded up with a shitload of Marines.
But like to get a ship to Carg Island, you've got to go through the strait.
Yeah, my guess is that they're not going to do that. Or that they're going to airlift these guys. Or I don't know. Are there any American ships tried to go through the strait? There was a map. Damn, I wish did I save it? I can't find where I saved it. There's a map of the shipping channels, and the shipping channels are in Iranian waters, basically. And it's after you get through the straits that the problem is. There's these little islands in the middle of the beginning of the Gulf there that basically they're in the middle of the shipping lanes. And those are the ones.
Hey NASA, right?
Yeah.
Like, how can you take any of this shit seriously? Like that guy, that clown that you guys have for a president. We got Aaron Clown as well. But what did I see? He's committed war, right, against Iran, and he's doing some sort of like little boogie dance with Jake Paul, or whoever that kid's name is. What the hell's going on? It's ridiculous. You live in a clown world, and you guys don't even see it. It's so clowny.
Well, I won't disagree with you on that, but if you can figure it out, let me know. The thing about it
It's all
is
fake. Makes more sense.
he's gonna serve until 2028 because there's no way that the Democrats are gonna get 67 seats in the Senate.
Your country might not last that long.
We've been through worse.
Have you though?
Not for a while. Oh yeah,
Dancing president in wartime. That's wild.
The Civil War was a pretty bleak time in American history. And he's not the worst president we've ever had. He's down there. Yeah, the guys before and after the Civil War, Pierce and Johnson, and Andrew Johnson, not Lyndon Baines Johnson. And then there was a guy that died a month after. Then there's a guy who died a month after he took office, and Trump's down there.
Yeah.
See, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the shipping channels and Hormuz map. Shipping channel Hormuz.
Hey, Andrew Johnson or Andrew Jackson?
There's Jackson and Johnson.
Okay.
Andrew Jackson was Johnson president.
Because I thought I heard Trump like put the Andrew Jackson portrait like front and center somewhere.
Really?
Hang on, one sec. I'm gonna go get some bread in a minute, people. Oops.
Andrew Johnson. You're right. Okay, I'm getting my names mixed up. Andrew Johnson was after Lincoln. Pierce was two before Lincoln. Pierce and Buchanan. All the guys before and after Lincoln are generally poorly rated. All right, so it's Jackson, not Johnson. All right. Andrew Johnson. And where's Jackson?
All right, I'll be back, people. See you.
Andrew Jackson was way earlier. Okay. Andrew Jackson, Andrew Jones.
Did you guys see the picture I posted? I posted it again. Which one of those is different than all the rest of them? It's a trap. I'm just letting you know it's a trap. Which one of those is the odd one? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Elbow, look alive.
He's number 2.
No, it's not number 2. It's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Then number 5.
Nope, it's not number 5. That's another good guess, though. You want the answer?
None of them. It's none of them.
You want the answer? That's not a good guess. That's the worst guess. I'm writing you down for worst guess of all time.
If it's not none of them, it's number 3.
Nope, not number 3.
All right.
That's the
That's
second
some
worst
bullshit.
guess. You want the answer?
Yeah.
I couldn't figure it out either for the life of me. I know. I hear you. It's a trick. It's a trap. It's number 1. Number 1 is the different one.
Why?
You know why? You want to know why?
I mean, it's a circle. It's got a white outline. What's unique?
Its unique, its uniqueness is in the fact that it's not. It doesn't have anything that's different from the other ones. You know what I'm saying? Like number 2 is different because it doesn't have a white outline. Number 3 is different because it's a square. Number 4 is different because it's green. Number 5 is different because it's a tiny circle. You know what I'm saying? What makes number 1 different?
Yeah, but one's different from 4. So it still loses.
Because the
Yeah,
number
one's
one is
no,
odd and it's outside of the circle, so it's the odd one out.
no. Number 4 is different from the rest of them because it's green. Yes, it's different than 1 because it's green. That's what I'm saying. 1 is different because it's not different. That's why number 1's different.
That doesn't even make sense.
You know, it's a fucking brain bender, bro. What do you want?
I think it's a damn lie. That's what it is.
Number one's this has the same, you know. There's nothing different about number 1. If you're
I would
pointing out all
agree,
the
except for
things,
it's not green.
no, the green is what makes 4 different. Because all the
I
rest
know,
of
but
them are
you're
red. So 1's the same according to all the rest of them in that aspect. They're all red. 4 is different from the bulk because it's green.
I understand that, but if you're asking, you're saying the thing that makes 1 different
Is that it's not different.
is it has a quality from all the other ones.
It's just not different. When you compare, okay, you'd run through the list and you say, all right, 2's different because it doesn't have a white outline, right? That's what makes
Yeah,
2
it's also
different.
not a square.
Yeah, but just looking at the rest of them, they all have a white outline, but 2 doesn't have the white outline. So that's what makes it different from the rest of them is the white outline.
Yeah, but it's not the only difference.
There's another
That's
difference.
what,
It's not green and it's not a square, but that's the difference that makes all the rest of them different, though. The things that you're going to look at and say, but it's not a square, but it's not green, but it's not tiny. Those are the things that are making the other ones different from the group.
I get it, but
You
I
know what I'm
don't think it
saying?
makes sense.
It makes sense. It fucking makes sense, dude. One's a different one because it's not different. It's crazy. My mind couldn't handle it either at first, bro. I feel you.
No, it's like I don't even know how to explain this. I get
Like
it. I
2's
just think
different
it's
because it doesn't
retarded.
have a white outline. 3's different, bro. This is like they might ask you this if you go to apply for like Google or Tesla or some shit. This is one of those things.
Yeah.
Elon might throw you this and be like, "Yo, which one's different?"
Well, because like you say 2. All right, 2's different because it doesn't have a white outline. But then it's like I don't know.
If 2 had the white outline, what would be different about it from the rest of them? There would be no difference, right?
Well, it'd be different from 2 of them because it's bigger than 5. It's not a square and it's not green. So it's like it has multiple factors that make it different.
Yeah, but from the group though, we're trying to figure out which one doesn't fit in the group. You know what I'm saying? So you got to compare it to the group.
Yeah, but you're saying okay, you can't list the qualities. Okay, if you're doing it to the group, then 1. I don't know. 1 shares something with everything. So
It's
it's
not
like
different. You can't finish that sentence because it's not different from the group in any aspect because the things that you're going to point to are going to be the things that make them different from the rest of the group. You know
yeah, but that's the
what I'm
same with
saying?
2. It's red.
Okay, and they're all red except for the green one, which is what makes that one different. That's what I'm saying. You get it?
I get it. I just think
If
it's
two
dumb.
if two had the white outline, it'd be the same. It wouldn't be. It'd be the same as one, and then it wouldn't have any differences than the rest of them, other than the things you're going to point to that make the other ones different.
Um, well, because you're saying
You don't
what's
like this one?
different. No, because it's like you're saying, okay, like I get what you're saying. Like I get why it works. It's just weird to me because it's like you're saying,
Oh, it's weird
okay,
to everyone.
each time you look at one, you got to compare it to the group. But then when we look at number one, we're not comparing it to the group. We're comparing it to 1v1s. Because when I do a 1v1 with number two and I say it's not green, well, you say, no, we're just looking for the group difference. It's like, okay, well, we're not doing that for number one. You get what I'm saying?
He's got to think about it.
I don't know if that made sense or if I'm just retarded.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, I'll take that. Catch that, Jeremy? He's thinking. He's thinking.
What's the topic?
Yo, mama.
My mama better than your mama.
No topic right now. Jeremy just gave us a little like brain game inside the live stream chat. If you want to take a look at it.
Is it the angel and the devil?
Huh?
Is it the angel and the devil?
No, it's shapes and colors. I'm trying to figure out which one's odd and which one's not.
I can't play. I really know this one.
Don't worry, I debunked it. It's all good.
LeBron from downtown.
Yeah, how do you even get one of those jobs, sportscaster?
Yeah, you probably got to like know the right people or be in like the voice acting business or something, you know. Just for
To have that-
shits and giggles,
that
I'm going to go
radio
on
voice.
Indeed and see how many openings there are for it.
Bro, you can't stop the angel if it can move 2 moves, dude. Two
Nah,
moves, bro. I thought
with the 2 moves, yeah, you can, bro.
you think you can.
It's
Okay,
like a
bro.
good
Answer this
with
question.
more.
If you think you can, hold on a second. If you think you can stop the angel, I move 2 square. The angel can move 2 squares, bro. I move as far northeast as I can. Where you're that was my first move. Where do you block out your first square?
Well, you remember you can't. You gotta start off. You start off in the center. You can't start off with the edge. You can only move 2 steps at a
Bro,
time.
there
Block
is
them in
no
time.
edge. It's an infinite board. It's an infinite board.
So
There's
all
no
I have to
edge.
do is go far enough out. So all I have to do is go far enough out and start making a wall.
A two square wall all
Gotta
around
build
me.
the
Yeah,
wall.
I know, but here's the thing though. Just answer this question. This will put it into perspective because I didn't get it until I thought it through. I'm the angel. I go northeast, as far north and as far east as I can go on the grid. Where do you black out your first square?
It's just a problem. You can't move that far. Not that fast.
No, I know. I go 2 squares up and 2 squares to the right. I go northeast as far as I can go.
Yep.
Where do you make your first blacked out box grid square at?
At least 500 boxes away, maybe more.
Okay, you can go 5 million away, but where though? Do you do it north? Exactly north of my position somewhere? Or do you do it east? You do a 500 million blocks up out east from where my current position is.
Yep.
Is it clicking? What do you mean? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I start building the box. No matter what direction, as long as it starts, I have 2 squares on the top. I mean, remember, I could do a 2 square wall. I mean, it's gonna take
No,
you.
just stick with the first. Just stick with the first move, bro. This is the first move. I go northeast, as far north and as far east as I can go. Where do you put your first blacked out square?
About 500 or 200 squares up.
Directly north of where my position is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I go northeast again. Now, where do you make your next blacked out square?
Right beside it.
Right beside the thing you already
Well,
did?
I mean, I'll start skipping the box. Every other box.
Okay, yep, because then you're going to be lined up north with me still. Then I go northeast again.
Let's skip a box to the right.
By the time I get to you, so you see, eventually I'm going to get to you, and you're just going to have every other box. You're going to have a wall of every other box filled out.
Yeah, but you're gonna keep going northeast, and by the time you go far enough, I'm gonna start going back, filling up the empty boxes.
Yeah, but by the time I get to you, no matter how far out you go, if you go a billion, a jillion, trillion, gazillion squares away, if you always do that, if you always just black out your thing directly north of where I am, by the time I get to you, you're only ever going to have a wall that's not even too deep. It's not even thick, 2 squares thick. It's missing every other square. You have a 1 square thick wall that's missing every other square.
All right, so how long would it take you to move after my move? So let's see. If you're only 2 square deep, right? K is 2.
Yep, K
It'll
is 2.
take you 200 moves, 250 moves to move all the way to the top where I'm at. If I do it 500.
It doesn't matter if you make it 500 billion, bro. By the time I get to you, if you follow that pattern of blacking out squares, when I get to you, you're going to have a wall built 1 square thick that's missing every other block. You know what I'm saying? You feel me now?
I understand that, but again, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Just
I
like
thought the devil could stop it all day, but then I actually thought the moves through. It's like, all right, I'm gonna play myself. I go northeast. Where do I build the square? You know what I'm saying? And once I thought it through, I'm like, oh shit, you can't even stop it with 2 when K's 2.
so, I would have to probably calculate which direction, right? So you're going northeast, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
I would have to probably start where I believe, you know, that diagonally will be uh um wherever you will land by the time. Just in other words, say
Yeah, but
500 billion.
I can switch my I can stop going northeast and I can just go
That's true.
east. Or I could start going northwest. You know what I'm
That's true.
saying? Like if you're gonna start where you think I'm gonna be and you build a whole bunch of squares, I just start going the other way. But that's why the north thing doesn't even work because I'm going northeast the whole time. I could just
Yeah. Well, I
abandon
mean,
that. I could just abandon that and just start going straight east. You know what I'm saying? And now your wall's not even anywhere is even in the direction I'm going.
if my move comes after your move, so I start anticipating what you're gonna. Again, yes, you have a distance, but you still have to have a distance to cover. And whichever direction you go, I can start filling out in the opposite direction wherever you want. Taking out box.
That's what I'm saying. I go northeast, you go north 500 million squares above me and put a black box. But then I go northeast again. Now you have a hole. Now you have every other block filled.
Yeah, but you haven't moved too far back. In other words, every time you change direction, you still have. Let's say if you go the opposite direction, then you're going back, rotating to your side, and I'll start doing the boxes on the other side. Eventually,
I get
every
you.
time you
There's your shit Swiss cheese.
yeah, but eventually I will have to switch as well, right? Going 500 blocks that direction into the point because you're gonna have to keep going, switching it up, right?
No,
So
I could just keep going northeast.
every
Well, I
time
could
you
just
switch
keep
up,
going northeast.
yeah. But if you keep going northeast, you eventually gonna run into my dead blocks.
If you started building your wall there, yeah. If you preemptively was like, oh, he's gonna go northeast the whole time, but if I
Well,
see you building a huge
remember,
wall there, I'm gonna start going northwest.
yeah. Then I switch positions because again, once you move, then I move, right?
The angel always wins no matter what.
Only
Nah,
if it's 2. If it's 1, the angel doesn't win. If the angel can only move 1 square, the devil can stop it.
nah. You can definitely stop it at 2.
You can't
Oh, I
stop it
thought
at
the
2, bro.
angel
I'll
could.
play.
I thought
What's
the
up?
angel could move infinity squares. No.
No.
No, the
So it's
devil can move.
yeah. The angel has its K. It has K has a number, either 1, 2, to whatever. Now the greater the number, the harder it is to stop. But it's so it does. But it gets eventually after is when it goes from 3 plus. At 3, I think you can still stop it. Matter of fact, the example they had was with 3.
Bro, if we play this and you let me move 2 spots as the angel, I'm beating you every time, bro.
Pretty sure they got this game out there somewhere.
Get a website, get a fucking app. I'll play you on this shit. I'll beat you every time, bro, if you let me move 2 squares.
I'll get AI to build it right quick. I'm driving now, so I can't do it right now.
Seriously, find a website, bro. I'll play you at this all day, dude. You can't win. 2 squares.
It's on. It's on. We'll definitely do it.
Did anyone find any other cool game theory shit? That's the dopest one I've ever seen. The other ones are kind of goofy. I don't even like the other ones. That Conway guy did this, and he did the game, then he did the life thing. He probably has some dope shit. I got to look into him. I actually saw a little piece of an interview Conway gave on Number File. I didn't know that guy was even still alive. If you ever want to get into something crazy, get into tiling theory. That's a fucking crazy one, bro. That is a crazy one, dude. Tiling theory. Good videos on that. They made a video. Somebody solved it. They made a video like nobody solved it for like decades and decades, like a ridiculous amount of time. And then all of a sudden, some guy solved it. And then before fucking Number File could even put the video out, somebody did it again within differently within days of the first person doing it. It was crazy.
I just still don't understand the basic Monty Hall problem, how you raise your probability or whatever by switching your prize. That makes no sense to me still.
Oh, the 3 doors. There's 3 doors.
Yeah, Matthew explained it to me and I believed him. This is like a year or two ago, but still my
Ooh, you
brain
gotta stop doing that.
I just can't make sense of how it would possibly be better odds if you switch. It just makes no sense to me.
Oh, I fucking hate probabilities and shit, bro. That's some bullshit, I know. None of that shit, none of that probability shit makes any sense to me. If you flip a coin and get 10 heads in a row, the chance the next coin is 50-50. However, the chance of getting 11 heads in a row is, some astronomical number or something. It's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up.
Yeah. So if I wanted to trap you in, I would have to go